That's for all the people out there that may or may not know that I can play music, but don't tell me, don't ask me how I did it. I just press buttons. Oh, well that's different.
Mr. Hammond is masturbating in a creek.
What's that, Skip? Oh dear. On a serious note, how's everybody?
Good so far.
I won't
Yep.
complain because no one will listen.
You
Last
sure?
day of,
No, we're listening.
last day of freedom today in New Zealand. We go to level
You know,
4.
I've got fridge in my I've got food in my fridge. I've
Fridge
got
in
food
my
in my
food.
pantry, and I've got toilet paper in my bathroom. So I don't care right now, Terry.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you get
Yeah.
that in the right order? Do you have toilet paper in the fridge? You got food in the toilet. You got
Yeah, they're the ones.
something like that.
Don't put toilet paper in the fridge.
And here I was thinking what a great banjo player Terry was.
Unless you've got piles.
As long as you got pantry and
doesn't work.
food.
That was always the running joke. Had a curry. Don't forget to put toilet paper in the fridge. No,
Yeah, that's it.
don't put toilet paper in the fridge.
Okay.
Not a good idea.
What do we got here?
But I did manage. The only thing I've been missing for the last week is eggs. And there's a local farm shop. It's literally up the road. And I've never been there before. And I thought I'll go and try them. They've got 12,000 chickens, and I very nearly had the last of their eggs.
Good grief.
Whoa.
That's how bad it's got.
I
said,
had
"Have you
no
got
eggs,
any?"
but it was local shop.
And she said, "This is it." And there must have been, I don't know, 10 dozen eggs or something. And I said, "Is that all you've got?" She said, "Yes. Out of 12,000 chickens, this is all we've got left."
Yeah,
I miss my ducks. I wish I hadn't lost my ducks.
Aw, I'm not going to see a duck.
I can see a drake, but he's useless. All the ladies died.
Oh no!
Oh, old
So
age.
you've got no egg layers, and he's got no. Hey, baby.
He's got no rumpy pumpy, no.
No rumpy pumpy. Poor old boy.
So he's a bit useless. Your females were tame, but he's not.
We had this one like that at Centre Parks in Thetford when we was rebuilding it, because when the place burnt down and all the fire engines came in, they ran over his mate and Swan's mate for life. And in the 9 or 10 months that we were there, he just wandered about so aimlessly, poor bugger. He just didn't know what to do with himself.
Poor thing.
Yeah, I felt quite sorry for him, but yeah. I don't know whether he ever found another mate again, but yes, they Swan's mate for life. And they ran his over.
History of weapons mass destruction. Oh, I don't think I want to go there.
We got a great person in the chat, Tony V.
No, good person.
Tony V.
I can vouch for him, Terry. He's a good guy.
So
But
who
he
do
said
I
the
have
W
to
word.
flirt to get a blue? Sorry, Tony. There's no such things as that W word.
Yeah, we don't do W word here.
There's no W words here, Tony. Correct your grammar or your.
You have to ask for the right implement.
Yeah.
Say Spanner.
We tend not
like
to yell at
listening to
flatties very much, Tony.
No, sorry, Tony. You come to the wrong
we
channel.
don't get many flatties in here. I don't know why.
No, they're scared of somebody. Or some people.
What they're scared of is reality.
Well, we have God.
We've got a secret weapon. We got a secret weapon.
Yep. We only need
one. May not be sleeping.
We only need one voice.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Okay. And you have sub Tony, I hope. I'll give you a preemptive spanner if you haven't subbed.
That's only if he's a good dude.
And if you
You
haven't,
can always
I'll...
take it away again.
yeah, that's it. Yeah. and when you
Give it with
and
one
just
hand, you can take
and
it
can
away
someone
with
in
the
the peanut gallery tell him what to type just to check to see if his spanner's working?
other. Oh dear.
Don't listen, Tony.
Your brains are the secret weapons.
Yawn scratch, huh?
Huh?
Yawn scratch, huh?
Oh, did we wake God up?
No,
woke God up.
he's awake.
He's subbed.
Okay. We'll just check to see if he's... Oh, he seems to be working.
Mythic, behave yourself.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, obviously guns weren't invented back then, so we're going to have to go
Thank
back,
God.
go back in time, go back in the Wayback Machine.
Yes, guns were a relatively recent
No,
invention. I think,
oh,
when
and
it comes to
planes
trying
and
to kill
bombs,
each other.
yeah, that's still too... We're with swords and things.
Well, as the
And
man
things.
said, what about a pointed stick?
Well, there you are.
That'll do. Gee.
Oh,
8
Badass
badass
weapons.
weapons from history. Geez, they look
Wow.
mean.
Ooh.
The big picture too, we might be able to open that in a new open image in new tab. Oh, does that fit?
Whoa.
spiky thing.
Oh,
Whoa.
I'll go a bit smaller. Yeah, that looks better here. Wow.
Yeah.
Is that for like what era? We don't even know what era these are from. I've got no context for that one.
is it zonesurvival.com?
Well, yeah, we'll check the
Site.
site. See where we end up. Oh, is it a video? You can buy these here today for the best available price.
I bet you can't. I mean, that looks like a gauntlet off a suit of armour.
Yeah, that does.
I
Yeah,
can't see
the
how
glove
you- yeah.
does. Yeah.
I mean, I can't see how you just wear that, and I wouldn't necessarily call that a weapon. I mean, that just looks like a part of the suit of armour. Oh, hello.
My daughter adopted a cat yesterday,
Oh yeah.
a black one.
Yeah.
Look,
How
jump
about
up on
one of them?
Well, no, that's not. No, I wouldn't call that a morning star, because a morning star generally has a chain.
Oh, okay.
From what I
Yeah, the stick
remember.
with the chain on it, right? The
If you have
bolt
a
chain.
stick with a chain and that on the end, that's a morning star. I mean, that's just a base for pointy bits.
So,
Yeah.
but
It's
the
still
time
going to
period,
ruin your day.
but the time period we're looking at for these sort of weapons must be to what do you call it? Early or late? Like newer? Yeah. I think we're going to have to go back in history a bit more. I don't think these were around back in Roman times.
No, I mean, if
No,
you
it's
go
medieval.
way back when, the very first weapons would have been, anything that you could club somebody over the head with. Or here's a stick. If I give it a bit of a pointy end to it, I can stab somebody.
Yeah.
And to be honest, clubbing and stabbing and pointy bits were the way forward for thousands of years. And they just ended up being variations on the theme. I mean, that's a smack somebody really hard, and it happens to have pointy bits as well.
Yeah, tie a rock on the end of it. You got a pretty good weapon.
Wow, look at that.
That looks
nice.
dangerous.
No, I think that's a throwing weapon.
Hunga munga.
That's it, cat. Sit in the windowsill. You can sit in the sunbeam.
Looks like a can opener. Or a giant
Does a bit,
can.
doesn't it?
It
A
does.
giant can opener. That's another
The
can
scary
opener.
ones.
There's
The scary
another can.
ones
There's
are
another one.
the ones that the Gurkhas use.
Oh, I like the little crossbow
kukri
gun
knives.
thing.
Blimey.
No, I think we're gonna have to turn the time machine back a few more years. These look too more newer. And metallurgy would have advanced different too as the as the years went on too, because like we went from the brass and Bronze Age and then metals. Yeah, I don't know when metals started to come in on their own, because they had to stay sharp. They had rust. Well, I don't know about rust.
Well, it was the Iron Age that really developed it, because everything prior to then, it wasn't as strong and it wouldn't hold an edge so well. You know, I mean, there were bronze swords and things, but when you start smelting iron properly, that's when that really took off.
So you're saying that the metals that were around in Roman Greek times, the metal itself, if metal was around, it wouldn't have been as strong? It would be more like a cast iron or a...
Oh, metal was around then. It's when you get to the Iron Age and they start all of the various different smelting techniques with iron and adding carbon into it and improving the strength of the iron and making steel. You know, when you get to the point you can actually make decent steel.
Oh, now we're talking. Zebulon,
Yeah,
Zebulon 181, Xena Warrior Princess. You know that's a fantasy show. It's only made up.
yeah, I think that fueled several fantasies, that show.
Oh, good grief.
Well, who we got here? Bruce Lee? That's not Bruce Lee.
Oh, he was on last night. Enter the Dragon was on ITV4.
Okay.
I watched a bit of it and thought, "Oh, this hasn't aged
Oh,
very well."
the original Bruce Lee or the newer one that they
Yeah,
made?
the original Enter the Dragon from 19.
I haven't watched that newer version where that bloke plays him. Forget who it was
Didn't
now.
know there
That
was a
bloke.
newer version.
Yeah, there's a newer version of where somebody
There is.
plays Bruce. Yeah, the big cumbersome weapons that have been hard to use in a fight or whatever. Those smaller ones seem like they'd be more you'd be more nimble
The
with
longer
them.
ones, you know, the pole axes and the halberds and that sort of thing. They were basically a very very long stick with a pointy thing on the end, and the main point was to keep your enemy away from you. Don't let them get close enough to take a swing at you.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have huge ranks of men armed with these, and your enemy can't get anywhere near you. And if you can combine that with archers who can shoot at them, most of these weapons are to keep your enemy at more than arm's length away.
Yeah.
It's the classic hedgehog defense. You know, if you've got a 2 or 3 rows of guys armed with them, and you go running towards them, what can you do?
That's a sledgehammer.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's just a sledgehammer.
Hammer of the gods. What do you think a warhammer is? It's a hammer for hitting people with. Blunt force trauma.
Wasn't the Norsemen or over that area with they had those type of more weapons that's similar? That's what you get from movies and stuff. I don't know what truth it is.
They were used sort of all over the place, really.
Well, now we're getting a bit too new.
It's a flint look.
Yeah, even the original versions of them didn't even have the little trigger. They just had a lever that used to bring down the wick onto the little bit of gunpowder to light the rest of the gunpowder to shoot the ball out.
Oh, the earlier matchlock
Yeah,
weapons.
it didn't have a trigger at all. It was just a lever.
Yeah.
And it had a bit of wick that came out off it that was always lit, like a long piece of wick.
Yes, that preceded the because all of these here they all look like flintlock weapons, where you have to prime the pan, and then the flint coming down hits the striker, causes a spark. Spark lights the powder in there. That goes through and lights the main charge.
Oh,
which is why, of course, they could never achieve a very high rate of fire, because you had to prime the pan, you had to put the main charge down the barrel, you then had to put the musket ball down the barrel, you had to ram it all in nice and tight.
Now that would have been after they invented the cannon, you reckon? Because of the gunpowder Chinese thing? Because that, I reckon the invention of the...
Gunpowder's obviously been around for thousands of years.
Yeah.
I think cannon got a bit of a head start in development, if I remember rightly. I think, yeah, cannon were pretty much around first. And then as they got more skilled, they could make the cannon smaller and lighter to the point where you could actually hold it and fire it yourself. And I think that pretty much led to the development of the muskets and then eventually the rifle.
Okay. Now I did want to do a bit about where are we? I'll just jump out of there for a minute. I needed some info about what's the bloke with the oh shit. I used it as a thumbnail. That was one of the weapons that he either thought of or whatever. That bloke. With the death ray and shit. Forget his name now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that bloke.
Yes, I know who you mean.
Well, I need the name so I can type it in.
Was it Archimedes?
Yeah, that's him.
That's the fella.
Yeah, that's him. I've got no idea how it's spelled.
They are.
Oh, wait a minute. I got Archimedes principle. Archimedes. I'll just put in Archimedes because he did do a few things. So if I just I'll put him in.
Known to his mates as that clever fella.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go to Wikipedia first, and then we can and then I can go from there.
Yes, because your thumbnail is the claw, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, because I was trying to find the death ray one, and I couldn't find a good representation of which actual death ray he made. Okay, we need calculus concepts.
Well, actually, if you're honest, if you scroll down, if you scroll down on this Wikipedia page, there is
heat ray,
as they say, an artistic interpretation of Archimedes' mirror.
Okay, there's the heat ray.
Yeah, and there's the painting. Yeah, that's the technical explanation, and there's the painting of it.
But we've got no. Yeah, I was hoping to find some records of how we knew that he did this. That's where I like to try to find stuff. How did they know that he thought of this or whatever? I like to trace the lineage of the knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there is actually. Yeah.
It says Archimedes may have used mirrors acting collectively as a parabolic reflector.
Nobody knows.
Attacking
I think that's the problem. I think nobody actually knows what it was, how it was done.
Is this a problem with a lot of things back then? They're either hearsay or they're written down in stories later on as legends or folk tales and things like that. You never know sometimes.
Terce says it was written in some old manuscripts about war.
Hmm.
And hello, Terce.
If you're subbed, you can have a spanner. I don't know how to. Is that how you spell your name? Terce.
Terce. Terce.
Terce.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the heat ray, there's one or two old mentions in other people's writings, and that's about it.
Well, we're not going to get that. So what we'll do, need to put in, see what we can find. What was that one? Need. Oh, not the claw. Has he done the screw as well? Which I did have a picture of that somebody had over in England that was used in reverse. The same principle. Archimedes also used Pythagoras' theorem to calculate the side of a something of that. Okay. So he did math,
did all sorts of stuff.
but he used Pythagoras. Now is Pythagoras somebody around at the same time? I don't know. I didn't check the lineage of those people. We got.
Terce has more information if you want him to come in.
Whereabouts are you, Terce? Are you in
hear
Discord or?
He's in Discord. He was in Sean G's hangout last night. He's.
Are you?
You'll hear another lovely Scottish accent.
Oh yes, he's Father Christmas.
There is mention of setting ships on fire. Some people think it was using brass shields.
Oh yeah,
polished.
yeah. Well, there have been many theories propounded about it, but the main problem is there's not actually any written records. It's a lot of could haves, maybes, might have dones, given the technology they had at the time. But there's actually next to no written records.
Yeah.
As Wikipedia states, the 2nd century AD author Lucian wrote that during the siege of Syracuse, Archimedes destroyed enemy ships with fire. And that's all he says, fire. Then centuries later, somebody else mentioned burning glasses. But that's centuries later. So, it's like us stating with some level of authority what happened back in the 1400s.
Oh, okay. Just got to sort out that. People sending me DMs in the middle of me stream. Doesn't help.
Probably Terce.
No, it wasn't from Terce. What's Dave saying? The Mythbusters tried the brass smithing with very limited success. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get a snippet of that. Like just a portion of it. I'd have to find Mythbusters episode of Mythbusters just to grab that little bit out where they finally used it. I don't want to use the whole episode if I can. Peter, you doing anything?
He's making dinner, he said.
Oh, that's right, he was making dinner.
Mm.
Who else knows how to search? Where was I going? I was going over to Sean G's.
Did you check the internal chat?
Yeah, I'm going down to Sean
Terry?
G's if I can find him. Where would he be on? He should be in the bunker if he's on Sean G's.
Yeah, he's in the bunker because he was in there last night.
Terse, if you go into Sean G's, I'm the content provider. Terry, it's got a picture of a car. If I can't find you, I'm up the top under a content provider. Because I'm just scrolling down there now.
Yeah, it's under TERSSEFUKU, Terry.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'll invite you to my server, and then also I can send you a link separate as well. Message. Right. And then paste. There you go. You got a link to the server and a Zoom link. Set up Zoom with an avatar, and you're able to come in. Okay. Oh, how many shields did Mythbusters use? Is that what you're asking? I don't think they use brass at all. I think they just use shiny square panels of glass or something similar. I don't think they used anything. Okay, we're back to... What were we back to? What page was I on? Oh, the history of weapons, that's right. We're up to... See, I've got the Macedonians here. They emerged as a power in Greece after crippling of Sparta and the Battle of Eucrea. That's...
Yeah, hi guys. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Tube scene.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Denise.
Hello.
How you doing, man? I've sobered up.
Oh, you're just
considering
in Discord, aren't you?
John G.
Are you over on Discord at the moment, are you?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
on Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, we stream through Zoom. We don't stream through Discord.
Okay, I did see a join Discord and then a Zoom, but when I joined Discord, the Zoom disappeared. So.
I sent you a DM for Zoom. Okay, where are we up to? I'm sharing? Yeah, I'm sharing. Back to... Okay, we've got swords. Okay, well, I suppose swords is where we could start.
Yeah,
I can't read this. My eyes are not that good to read small little windows on my computer screen. So they originated in Spain? Okay.
Do I have to download Zoom because I don't know what Zoom is?
Well, you can jump in without it for now. I think if you just click on the oh shit, how did these guys say to do it if you don't know?
No, all I'm getting is a blue square with a white Zoom written in it, and it's not taking me anywhere. So, do I have to download it somewhere? I could quickly.
Yeah, you'll need the app for the.
Yeah, just download the Zoom app.
Yeah. I thought you could just jump straight in with the HTTP address at the top of the link.
No.
I don't know.
No, let me just Google that and download it, and then I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, Zoom US. Zoom.us it'll be. Okay. Right, origins of, well, swords? I don't know, is that giving you much of a...
Just about the sword.
Yeah.
You want me to read it?
My eyes are blurring because I can't make it any bigger so the outside people can still see it because it's in that window.
No, I can read it.
Yeah, but that doesn't... early Middle Ages kicks in over there. I can't move it over far enough. Because you're missing out on the writing on the right. Yeah, you're missing out on the text that's over onto the right hand side. And I can't get that on... shit. It's just that paragraph there's to do with swords, so if there's no other mention of weapons before that, only the ancient Greek weapons, I suppose, is if somebody wants to read that, they can, because that'll give us an overview of ancient Greek weapons, and that can lead us on to the I don't know how they link each section onto the next, like in timeline. So that might give us something in there that helps us jump to the next era of weapons.
Yeah, okay, I'll read that passage then. The ancient Greek weapons one.
Yeah.
Ancient Greece was surrounded by hostile neighbours such as Persia and later Rome. The Greeks had adopted a different pattern of warfare and even fashioned their weapons differently. They had adopted a very strategic style of fighting, researching the strengths and weaknesses of their enemies and developed their weapons accordingly. After incessant threats of a Persian invasion, the Greeks came together and formed the Delian League. The Spartans were ready for a ground assault, while the Athenians relied on their strong navy. Sensing the military might of the Athenians, the city-states and settlers of Asia Minor requested them to lead the league. The Athenians had a formidable navy. They produced an overwhelming number of warships and soldiers, and in return demanded tribute from the league members. The Athenians had built dozens of warships known as triremes to defend Greece. The crew consisted of 200 men, which included the captain, 10 dignitaries who may have been commanders, several archers, a few soldiers, and 170 oarsmen. When the Persians met the Greek army, they outnumbered at 3-1. The Persian army consisting of infantry and excellent cavalry. Their tactics were primarily defensive, since their main weapon was the bow. They were also supplied with the akinakis, a dagger-like sword. The Greeks used long spears, shields, helmets, and breastplates. The Greeks had no cavalry at this time. As soon as the Persian army came to the battleground, the Greeks already started to charge into the enemy lines to avoid the shower of arrows. The Greek shields were so strong that they broke the spears of the Persians, much to their surprise. The long Greek spears with sharp iron spearhead on a wooden shaft and a bronze butt spike helped them break enemy ranks and rout the Persian army. If their spear was broken, they used their swords for close combat. Ancient Greeks brought many changes in the technology of warfare. The victories in the Greco-Persian War at Salamis and Plataea largely ended the Persian threat to the Greek mainland. With the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War, inter-Greek warfare became more significant. Year 424 saw Brasidas expeditions across the whole of Greece, proving wrong the idea suggested by the old oligarch that land forces could not sustain lengthy campaigns against sea powers.
That brings in an interesting with they fought if they were using ships back then to as a war machine as such, so the land fighting must have been a thing that happened more later, because they were using the ships to maybe conquer other or try to defeat other territories, because we're talking about the where was it written? Persians, I think it was. The Persian, yeah, it largely ended the Persian threat to the Greek mainland.
Yeah, it's an easier way to move your manpower, isn't it? Rather than march across land, go by a ship.
I did see.
You're bringing your fortress with you. You know, your ship represents a power in itself.
Ancient ships. What the Greeks or the was the Greeks and the Persians? The Romans didn't have the ships; they were more on land. They were land-based armies.
No, Romans had ships.
Oh, okay.
Can you guys hear me? You know.
Yeah, we can hear you from Discord.
Right, but I mean, I've downloaded Zoom and it gave me this Zoom. What is it? It gave me Zoom. Zoom scheduler, is that the thing I was supposed to download? Or is that a different thing?
That sounds like it's different.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can hear me in Discord. I mean,
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
the my sound set up that I can link through to Discord when I'm live in Zoom, when I'm live streaming. It just gives me contact back into Zoom, into Discord if anyone's in there. Mippet's in there at the moment. She's just working in the background over there.
yeah, I see a Muppet is talking in chat. You know, check Fair Suck on Discord. I see Fair Suck of the Salve, and I've clicked on that, but that's not a voice channel. Yeah, see that? I mean, I've downloaded Zoom, but I don't know if it's Zoom that I'm supposed to do. It gave me the basic.
Copy the link and paste it into us. Copy and paste the link.
Yeah, where's the
Zoom
link?
where it says join. In your DMs, as far as I know.
Yeah, I DM'd you the Zoom link. The HTTP address. You click on that.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. Actually, a download should start automatic. Okay, let me do that.
Here we go. I've got some ships. I have seen. I can't think what show it was now, where they've got a
There
replica.
we go. I'm waiting on your white man. Yeah.
Yep, that's you. And just mute yourself in Discord when you come into Zoom.
Can I not just leave Discord and then?
Yeah, you can leave
can.
Discord too. Yeah, you don't have to stay there.
Oh, yeah, that's what we'll do then. Just give me a second.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I've seen somewhere where they did a replica of the of one of these ships, and I don't know what show it was on, where they were showing the upper and lower decks of where blokes sat, how cramped it is to be able to use the oars, and it had also a battering ram set up on the front of it too, so they could ram other ships. And I think it was about 6-7 knots. Does that sound about right to anyone? How fast they could go at ramming speed? I called it.
I think from memory, Terry, because I'm pretty sure we watched the same thing at the same time. And is that the one where they got their untrained athletes in to do the rowing for them to get the one that they made up?
Yeah, they use normal civilians to have a go at rowing it.
And they got them up to like six knots for about a second or something along those lines.
A few seconds. But they were supposed to be able to do a certain speed for so long back in the day.
Yeah, I think it was their maximum travelling speed was 6 knots. But I don't know if that's with or without sail though.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Yeah, with the sail, geez, they could have been hooning along.
Yeah. So especially if they were doing large bodies of water, or crossing large bodies of water, obviously they're going to use wind power because it's going to keep their oarmen somewhat fresher. However, if they're in the midst of a battle, they might have to row towards the wind. So.
Well, yeah, but it gives you flexibility, doesn't it?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, how do I go into settings so I can have my microphone on push to talk? Can Andy explain that to me? Because I can't see it anyway.
So if you scroll your mouse down to the bottom edge of the screen, you should see over there on the left-hand side there's a microphone every time you talk. If you just click on that, it will mute it. And that should
Well,
put you
so
on.
I can't put it on push to talk then. I just have to mute it every time I'm not
Yeah,
talking.
no. If once you're muted, if you just hold down your space bar, that will be your push to talk.
Yeah, okay. So it's like a tab, but
Yeah.
and I can do that with my left mouse button. Yeah, no, it's not. It's okay. So it doesn't have that. It doesn't have the ability to push to talk button on it. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Just hang on. Let me check.
I just don't see settings or anything, but I can do that.
So your settings are the up arrow next to the microphone.
Oh, the upper. Okay.
So if you hit that up arrow next to the microphone.
Yeah, I've done that. Escape a phone call. Leave computer audio connect. I don't see a push to talk. I'll just use what you're doing. I'll just.
If you've got all those options right at the bottom, there's audio settings. If you click on
No, that's
audio,
what I'm saying. I can't find audio settings. I'm looking for it, and I don't see any.
Do you see where the microphone is? And there's an up arrow next to it.
I've clicked that, and all I've got is phone call, leave computer audio, and computer audio connect. That's the only thing I see there.
Weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
leave computer.
Yeah,
right at the bottom. Right at the bottom. It should be audio settings.
He's not seeing the same as what we are. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'll just use. I'll click my left mouse button to talk, and that'll be it. Yeah.
Yeah, either that or just don't hot mic.
Okay.
So,
if you mute and use your space bar as your press to talk, that should work.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, that worked. There you go. There's push to talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's that ship. And we'll have to look in to see if we can find some. I wonder if we googled a YouTube thing. Mipet, what's happening inside the peanut gallery? Is Dave misbehaving?
Don't know why
I don't know what's happened. Pip said there's people misbehaving. Mipet said pay attention to the naughtiness in chat. Do I have to scroll up, use peanuts? I haven't got time to keep these kids under control. Okay, see if we can find a YouTube to do with these ships, because I reckon that'd look cool. Did we have the ships on here, Peter, already? The ones we were talking about?
Yes, we did, Terry.
Oh, so there was no point in rehashing that. Okay, then we'll have to go. Obviously, the next course of technology would be the bow and arrow, catapult, things like that. Because obviously we know that the swords were there, and the spears, and the shields, and things like that.
Yeah, are you looking into like a specific like
technology inventions type?
Also, it's technology because
invention.
The rays and do you know about the hook that picked ships up out of the ocean and tipped them over?
Yeah, that was the Archimedes one.
Archimedes, yeah, and the Romans did eventually break into that city and kill him, but he was the guy that supposedly, burned ships using the sun off of reflectors. It could have been bronze, or we don't know what kind of mirrors it might use. And he might have been the first person to have come up with what do you call it? there was a fire thing that they used back then as well that could burn through while it was in water. God, I can't remember your name it now, but yeah. So he's the guy who's supposed to have invented all that.
Not Archimedes, someone else.
No, I think he was supposed to be the guy that invented the. I can't remember the name of it, but you know, it's supposed to be a tar substance that could burn underwater. You know, can't quite remember the name of it, but yeah. But he was also the guy that invented quite a lot of machines and war machines and war engines that they used on land as well. Like you're talking about, you know, the like a crossbow that could fire multiple bolts without reloading and stuff like that. You know, so a repeater sort of crossbow. Yeah, something like that you're now showing. But it was a repeater, so. You know, that's an invention, but he's supposed to have designed and invented it. It was like the Leonardo da Vinci of his time, you know.
Well, we'll see if we can find more to do with catapults then. Yeah, I'm a bit ad-libbing tonight, Tess, because I had a bit of a problem before I started streaming it, and didn't get home till late. I should have had all this already.
No, I can totally understand. I mean, I'm just going from memory, so I can't, as
Yeah.
I say, I can't remember everything because this is stuff that I looked into when I was like 15, 16, 17, you know. And also, like Leonardo da Vinci was the guy who actually supposedly designed not only the parachute and stuff like that. I mean, he's got drawings of that, but he actually, you know, I think it was Leonardo da Vinci who. It could be the guy that we were talking about a minute ago.
Yeah.
But he designed like a turtle. No, I'm not talking about the turtle formation of soldiers, but he designed a wooden turtle with shields nailed to it that soldiers could be inside and fire crossbows out of, and push it along on wheels. Sort of like basically an ancient tank. It wasn't a motorized tank, but it was obviously, you know, pushed by men that were inside it. But there's slots that could fire out of, and it was shielded all around it, you know, where they were inside. And then it had a turtle shell on outside made out of like, you know, supposedly Roman square shields. That's the images that I seen at the time that I was investigating it. I don't know if that was like, you know, true to what the guy designed, but Leonardo da Vinci is supposed to have designed that as well, the first tank, but it wasn't a motorized tank. It was pushed by the people inside it, basically, you know.
That's the History Channel. Any music?
It was used in the Middle Ages to destroy the walls of a castle. But catapults have a very long history dating long before the time of castles.
Yeah,
And they were developed and designed in many different ways by many different cultures over the centuries.
The mangonel is what comes to a lot of people's minds, I think, when they think of a catapult. It includes a long wooden arm, or sling, as in earlier models.
No watermark,
and
there's no
the
music.
way it works, essentially, is the arm is pulled back.
Yeah, that's what I don't know about some of these YouTube. Got education. No. Person's only got a. I think they might be mirroring this.
Yeah, I clicked on the other screen. I've got two screens here. This is why I hate typing and, you know, and stuff. Anyway, you're using video, so you're looking up like YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
I suggest you Google and you Google all rather than looking for video. I know video is good, but what I would suggest you Google Google something under Google, and then you under all, and then when you find the thing you're looking for, you highlight that and then go to video, and and then you might get a more a better result from your searches. You know what I mean?
Well, I just googled history of of catapults. Do you want me to go? And I'm in all now. I'm sharing what I'm seeing to you guys.
Yeah, I see that, but you might want to scroll down and look at like the top 5 or something, and then see if there's something there that's maybe older, something that's going back to like the 80s or something. That's probably going to be better than just looking at the videos you're going to see on YouTube for the last 10 years. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Well, this one's from Physics of Catapults, Home History of that.
Yeah,
This one's
if you can get a date
Britannica.
on it, like a date when it was first
here.
printed or something, you know what I mean? Yeah.
No, they don't give you that.
I don't mean a year. I mean a year that it was put on the internet. I mean,
they're not showing you
stuff over the last
here.
10 years. They've probably just been copying it, and they've only taken the stuff out of it that they want to put forward as their idea. You know. So sometimes you want to go back like 20 years and see what proper people, archaeologists who studied this, like for 40 years.
Well, that's where you go in here to the video section, and they give you the dates.
Like that's something. That's 2014. You probably want to be seeing someone who's been writing about this, like 40 years ago, who's like 80-year-old or 70-year-old and has studied it for 30 or 40 years, rather than someone who just made a video last year from stuff that they made, from a 3D, thing that they've got on their computer. I'm just saying, sometimes it's better to go back 40 years and get what real academics were saying back then, rather than what people are saying now, because it's
well, you're not going to have that here when they've uploaded it in 2015 or whatever. You don't know where it's come from.
Yeah, I mean, that's why sometimes I go to all, and then I go maybe down 20, the next page and stuff like that, and see if you can find any academical papers there, or
I'm not entirely certain that's the best move for what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, we might be here all night trying to do it that way.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way
we're looking for the video equivalent of sound bites, basically.
Oh, well, if you're just looking for like in the general area, that's cool. Just go for your videos. You're doing the right thing. That's cool.
Yeah, that's why I just thought of history of catapults.
We don't want to do a rumpus, shall we say?
This one's got no sound. I mean, it's got sound. There's no watermark, so we may be able to play this in bits and pieces.
Could be worth a risk, yeah.
To a lot of people's minds, I think, when they think of a catapult. It includes a long wooden arm, or sling, as in earlier models, and the way it works, essentially, is the arm is pulled back from a 90-degree angle, and this stores potential energy because the arm is connected to a tightly wound rope, and this increases tension in the arm and is pulled down, and once the arm is released, it springs back to its original starting point. It's stopped abruptly as it hits a block, otherwise it would fling the stone directly into the ground. Of course, the projectile still has inertia and is not connected to the bucket it's in, so it continues along in a parabolic motion towards castle walls or things of this nature. This is an engine of war, after all. Mangonels have a relatively low range compared to a trebuchet, but on the other hand, they are simple to make and easy to move around battlefields. The mangonel is similar to the Ballista in that both use rope tension to launch a projectile. Of course, the mangonel isn't designed to shoot arrows, it shoots rocks.
The trebuchet catapult was invented in China around
you're looking at mangonels which are like
BC,
medium range, and then the trebuchet
trebuchet because Soldiers would actually use ropes in order to pull down on the arm that would launch the projectile.
A large beam rested on a fulcrum, with one side longer than the other. The soldiers would pull on the ropes attached to the short side, and this would
Music in the background.
castle.
Over time, the trebuchet catapult traveled over to Europe, and around 500 AD, it was
Yeah,
used
you've got to be so
extensively by
careful
the
with the
French
music,
in
haven't
times
you?
of war.
Yeah.
However, the French,
It's very faint in the
they made
background.
one major improvement to this catapult, and what they did was they added a large counterweight instead of soldiers pulling on ropes, and they called this new catapult the counterpoise trebuchet.
I think
and
this bloke's
it was
sick.
much more efficient. It launched the projectiles much further than the traction trebuchet.
The counterpoise trebuchet uses a large counterweight and the force of gravity to launch a projectile out of
The
the
force of what?
Gravity!
I heard gravity.
Gravity!
Gravity! Have you ever heard of gravity?
Were very large stones capable of breaking down castle walls. Some of the pros of this catapult is they were able to
But
launch
these
stones
are
up to
recent
about,
recent weapons of war. I mean, the
200 pounds in
Romans,
weight.
Yeah,
Greeks
long
we're
didn't
sort of
use
jumping
this
ahead
kind
a
of
bit,
thing.
aren't we?
The counterpoise
Yeah.
trebuchet
Yeah,
was
I mean, if you want to go back to the Greeks and Romans, I mean, they would have used projectiles, like shooting giant arrows. I mean, the Romans fired arrows that were like 2.5 meters long,
Yeah.
and would go through a whole army. You know, they would go through like 20 men deep. You know what I mean? I can't remember the name of that. Arcus something or other. But yeah, they didn't use trebuchets, and they didn't use the one you had before that. God, I'm saying I'm sober, but I'm not that sober. But yeah, when you go back to the Romans, I mean, they were still using like slings. I mean, they had like a whole unit of people just using slings, and people throwing spears, and then they had the machines that shot a spear that was like 2 meters long.
The ballista.
What the ones that could shoot multiple arrows?
Well,
That's
Well, the Romans normally fired one at a time, but as I say, I think it was Archimedes, or either Archimedes or Leonardo da Vinci, but I think he was later than Archimedes. He designed one that had like a loader that could be filled with several bolts and would fire bolt after bolt, and it was just how fast the men could pull the string back,
yeah.
the cord back to reload it. That was your limiting speed.
Yeah, the ballista could fire arrows, but it could also fire stones, projectiles.
HWACHA firing. That's
What? The hell is
I don't know
that?
where that came from. I typed in ancient arrow firing.
There you go, third one down, ballista.
Ballista, okay. Let's see if we can find something on that.
Maybe look for quick loading ballista or multiple loading, something like that. Try and change your search.
I'll try Creative Commons first.
And you get lots of computer games.
Yeah, that's what happened. Okay. You'd have to narrow it down a bit more.
Yeah, you might have to put historic, something like that. No, historic or historical.
Ancient. It'd come under ancient.
Maybe.
You'd have to narrow it down. That'd take me probably longer to try to find it that way than with the. Okay.
Yeah, you might get there if you sets for Ballista, designed by Leonardo da Vinci, or Ballista, designed by Aristotle, or whatever his name is. That's what sort of like try and refine and. But if you're just looking for, as you say, like more quick hits, there's probably something here for you. Do you know the name of the city that was it Aristophanes or no, not Aristophanes? Who was the guy that we were talking about before who supposedly burned ships?
Archimedes.
Archimedes, right? Archimedes. If you look up the city that he supposedly defended, and then
Syracuse.
Syracuse. If you search for Syracuse, Archimedes, war engines, you might get something a hit there,
They're all good to use, aren't they, Terry? Are you still in Commons?
These aren't commons. That's the problem.
Oh, right.
With the filter for commons, if you're not more accurate with the search to find it in Creative Commons, all you'll get is crap.
Yeah,
so I'd have it'd take me ages to try different variations of the word to find something in Creative Commons. Try weapon, see if that comes up. You just get crap.
Yeah.
We're going to have to risk a little bit of a...
Yeah, here, I just found something. Claw of Archimedes. If you just type in Claw of Archimedes, that will take to the thing I was saying that he invented. Yeah.
What, in YouTube?
Yeah, you just in Google, you just put in Claw of Archimedes. It should take you to a Wikipedia page. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just hoping we could find a bit of a video about it. That's a painting.
It's not quite as graphic, videos, but I mean, and that isn't what it looks like. It's probably like a triple hook like we use in fishing today on the end, but a big one on the end of a rope that they threw over and on a big arm and lifted the ships out.
Problem is videos.
Over,
Videos tend to be more entertaining for our audience.
Totally. Yeah. But I don't remember them having video back in the time of Archimedes.
No, well,
I don't know and who's built anything this size,
How long did this go for? This might be alright. As long as there's no music.
That'll straighten up, Todd. Yeah, a bit.
They just got to wind it back.
Right.
They didn't have safety helmets back in those days.
Well, they would have had helmets of some kind or another, I bet. But they certainly didn't have, they didn't term it PPE. And they wouldn't have been bright yellow, but yeah, they would have had something.
Now, have they loaded it yet, or have they already loaded it?
Yes, he's already put the dirty great big arrow in there.
Oh, there it is. We've got something in there. pushing on those two spindles, it'll be a rope of some sort, or.
But you know, this reminds me of Scrap Heap Challenge.
Oh, there's a helicopter coming. Don't shoot there. I'll knock out the helicopter.
That'd be a hell of a shot. Imagine explaining that to your insurance company. So, why did your helicopter crash? Well, you're not going to believe this, but
there's a photo of the arrow through the engine.
Yeah.
Turn back.
Yeah.
Fire in the hull. Whoa. It launched, but where? I was going to say, is there a cameraman at the other end where it landed? He probably wouldn't want to. Can you go over there and film this when it lands? Nope.
Nope.
No, the safe spot is here, behind the machine.
Yeah, behind, not in front.
No, not in front of it.
Shit!
200 metres there. Where is it? We need to pin at 1000 so we can zoom in on it wherever it is.
Yeah, can't see where it went.
You've gone too far.
Hey! You're going to try for 300? Very nice.
That is insane. And he couldn't get out of the ground for ages.
Yeah, I saw.
Well, we find ours.
It's like the golf ball, you can't see it. Oh.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit less of anything. I think it went too high.
It's stuck in the ground.
Get out of the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're firing it on quite a high trajectory, aren't they? So, yeah.
It's going to get velocity, the parabolic flight, yeah.
It's coming down at a fair rate of knots.
That's 200 metres there. I don't know what that's in imperial feet for some people.
Well, 200 metres isn't too far off. 200 yards, is it?
And they wouldn't have just had one of these weapons doing this, wouldn't they? They would have had a few of them.
They would have had a few of them,
yeah.
and they would have a higher rate of fire than what these guys have got, because obviously they're well practiced, well rehearsed.
Yeah, they would have like what we would call a battery, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
maybe 6, you know, or 12, or, you know, and
Like just
this?
Yeah.
It's fucking everywhere.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I've just looked up on YouTube there. There's a YouTube video of a Greek Ballista.
Further.
Yeah, a bit further. Well,
And there's a Total War Home 2 throwing water. No.
I hear them laughing.
Oh no, they haven't gone past it. Christ, how far is that then? That's now 200 metres, that.
Yeah. Yeah, 300, I reckon.
Yeah, can I give you a link for you to look at?
Yeah, you can put it. You know how to do it in the internal chat. Down on the bottom bar, you'll have a choice for chat.
Oh yeah, I've got. I'll stick it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, stick it in there. You can check it out.
Oh, hello, Farmer's Boy. You messaged in the chat earlier.
Yeah, there you go.
I was just responding. Bit late.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
Pip, did you change your name to Stay Home?
Yep.
the one I'm showing isn't quite as robust, and it's not a multiple. It doesn't have a stack of. But you could see from this where you could put like a stack above it, and it would fall down as long as you can pull the cord back fast. You know.
I still think the best one I've seen is the trebuchet that they built in the Scrap Heap Challenge. They had to build a trebuchet that was capable of launching a mini.
Oh, really? I must have missed that episode. I think I've missed that one.
And there was one. It was a group of guys from the West Country, from Somerset or Cornwall, I think. I can't remember who they're called now, but they were a bunch of good old boys. They basically built this thing out of telegraph poles. And the first time they tried it, it just collapsed in on itself. They do fucking find it.
I'm sure that these guys, it's a huge machine. The two guys to load it. Oh my god! The one I'm showing is what Greek Ballista. I'm sure the single man could load this and fire it at a much higher rate. It is a lighter bolt they'd be firing, but I guess if you've got 100 people or 1,000 people run at you, you want to load it quick, and if you've got 12 or so of these, the Greek Ballista always like a better bet for killing people.
Yeah, proper job. Yeah, that's it, Demon. Yeah, remember that guy? Yeah, proper job.
That's it. That's them.
I think that is for them.
The last one was scrubbing a lot at the end.
Yeah, that one didn't.
And that one was a lot cleaner.
Yeah, yeah.
No elevation may help that, Todd.
I reckon you're
Maybe.
right,
I think also.
If you do high elevation, they do scrub off.
Oh, do they?
Evidently, I'm not an archer, but evidently, if you go really high.
It's like somebody's recorded it off their TV, like they filmed their TV.
Oh.
Saying 35 is it?
Yeah,
Well, you kind of see this with a play, and then you think that if people were doing this all the
Give
time,
these people credit.
650 meters is not
I'll
that
copy
ridiculous.
their link. Put it in.
No, if you threw £250,000 at it as an
I'll put
idea.
it away so I can add it to
I
later.
think you're just into the physics that you'd have to get it so fast at the beginning because it scrubs off so much so quickly that I think, you know, maybe 400 or 450 or something, but I can't see 650.
The other thing as well, the use of hair instead of rule.
Yeah, the sinew would be interesting.
What's sinew then? What's that?
I mean, it's a complete assumption that it's that much better, isn't it? If no one's even bloody played with it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I know. In the modern world, if no one's played with it, they're making them. Really?
Yeah, strands.
With what kind of result? Basically rolled together in this. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ah, so Archimedes is the mongrel responsible for that annoying claw grabber game that keeps dropping what you're trying with. Oh yeah, he's to blame.
That's what I was saying.
I suppose so, yeah.
Either Archimedes or Leonardo da Vinci, but yeah, Archimedes. I think Archimedes used it when the Romans attacked the city he was in.
Yeah, but you know, death that they rigged those machines. They don't pick up the weight too good unless the claws completely go round it on some of them. I know somebody that spent a few dollars each go trying to get things out of there.
Never understood that because generally what's inside there's a lot of rubbish anyway.
Yeah. Oh, he got a few stuffed toys for his kids. But I don't know how much he spent because it was in Korean currency.
You probably want to step out of the way.
Funny money.
You could have a wad of money and it'd only be worth $1.
That's what we used to say over here back in the day when the US air bases were open, or pretty much open. You can go on. The one at Mildenhall had the Starlifter Burger Bar, and you can go in there as a UK civilian, and you can go in and buy. Those are the best burgers around because we did back in the 80s. And you can pay for it in UK money. You got your change back in dollars. we always used to joke that one of the arse pockets was for funny money. So that once you'd been there enough times, you could pay for it in dollars as well. But they never gave you change in sterling. You always got it in dollars.
You gave it a couple more last time, didn't you? Not the one before. Yeah, you'll feel it go really.
So yeah, it was always check your funny money pocket, see if you got enough to go to the burger bar.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, you can see they're pulling it back with you know. Like
I reckon you can do one more.
One more.
I reckon you could have put some kind of windlass on that. Some kind of windlass that has somebody winding it.
I'm sure they would. Yeah, if you're in a combat situation, you ain't got time for
that. That looks very slow in a combat situation, mate. You know?
Yeah, but you know, this is a one-off, like an experiment.
Yeah, you pushed it
Can
forward.
we build it? Can we make it work?
You went forward with it last time. Who wants it?
Well, that's what.
The link I put in is one guy making like a smaller ballista, it's about half that size. And
Well, you have to take into account when these were first used, or at the inception of when they were first thought of or made back in the day, that they improved upon it over time. So
yeah.
So
the initial ones, yes, they might not have been as efficient, but they would have tweaked it as time went on.
Yeah, this is what I don't get with a lot of the flat earthers and all that. You know, it's like, well, how do you know anything? Because there's been 1,000 years of people doing it before us. Everybody, you know, every generation learning a little bit more. Yep. Obviously, we know more than them. You know?
And all we get is, have you been there? Have you seen it yourself?
Yeah, but they've never been anywhere. You know what I mean?
Of course not.
Chesapeake Bay, and that's about it, you know?
Yeah, Scrap It Challenge, the very first series of that, when they just had the same two teams for the whole series. And I can't remember her name, the female co-presenter. She's actually the one who came up with the idea. She was the brains behind it all.
Oh, we're not going to get any more of that. I was hoping to find a rapid fire one, but this one here says 10 terrifying ancient Chinese weapons you didn't know existed, but I don't know how old.
As I say, I've got a couple of things, you know, well, the one I gave you, the Ballista, but there's this one, it says Total War 2, Throwing War Trail, but actually there is stuff in there showing them using stuff they've made, you know what I mean? And it's, you know, it's real people, you know what I mean, in Britain, pretended they're Romans and, you know, firing ballistas, and it looks actually pretty good. Yeah, that's the one. That's the first one. I'm going to put another one in if you want, but obviously some of it is game footage. You know, the next one, but this is a guy building one himself and then working it. This is really good.
Okay, Discovery Channel's got Da Vinci's machines. Yeah, I know it's a bugger that these mainstream channels have got probably the information that we're, or images, but these ones where people do build it themselves is about the only way you can represent what it would have been like.
But
just
you can see there, like, you know, on your side, on you go.
Hey, that was a good door. I'm a carpenter. I would have restored that door.
He's just trying to make a letterbox in it. That's all.
There are easy ways of making a letterbox.
Yeah.
The other link I just put in. If you start at 20 seconds in, you'll skip the first bit, which looks like it's from Total War, the sort of game. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that is these guys are dressed up and everything. Yeah, go Total War, but it's like these guys are fucking going at it. You know what I mean?
Projectiles. It's about the throwing.
Yeah, there is the Total War game in there, but there is, if you that's a turtle. No, the Roman soldier's turtle.
Didn't throw things at me.
Swear jar
See,
fine.
Brian, that's the reality
Who
of the
said
actual
that?
battlefield. Everybody's either throwing things, they're hurling things, they're slinging. It's being chucked around like wildfire, but it keeps your head down.
It's true. The air was full of missiles. There was a constant bombardment of stuff.
Yeah, the CG
Spears,
stuff might
arrows,
catch me.
darts from Catapulta, rocks from Ballista.
Yeah, that
Well,
CG stuff is from the game Total War. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you never know who'll strike you these days.
So the
You
loop
can't.
goes over your finger.
Yep.
Finger and thumb clutch the knot
But
there.
as you can see, I
Spinning
mean,
it
they
round
did use
and release.
slings as well.
Oh! I just took an eye out.
Oh, I'd have loved one of those when I was a kid. We used to have catapults, but not those would be
He
marked.
looks familiar, that old bloke.
Brian Blessed.
Yeah.
He's a hero.
Come on, Flash Gordon.
Flash Gordon? Yeah, okay.
With wings and everything, man. That guy
Yeah.
is a god. He could fly and everything.
We've been using stones, and they're fine, and they're good weapons.
also
but
in the
of course
first
they're
series of
different
Blackadder.
weights and different shapes, and they're hard to get consistent. What you need is your ammunition to be the same weight and the same shape. These are glandes, they're lead
This is
bullets.
when we
Of
started
course,
to make it out
Every
of
legionary
lead.
had these. Imagine that.
Lundzag said, isn't
deeply
Discovery Channel
unpleasant.
And absolutely
bit
terrifying.
funny? As in, a lot of bullshit and some facts?
But
Yeah,
can you
a lot-
imagine someone slinging a lump of lead like that at you with one of those slings, man, hitting you in the head?
That obviously
It
is
would
a fallacy.
fucking
That
kill
speaks
you
for
like a
itself.
bullet, you know what I mean?
This says
it does.
Peto Landicam fulvia, which effectively means I'm hunting or seeking out the female genitalia of Fulvia, who is Mark Antony's wife.
I don't know where to put my face.
Well, that guy's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I think he's practiced that. a bit.
These
Yeah, I
raging
was gonna
storms
say, he
of
would have
stones, these blizzards enemy to take cover behind their shields. Right, that's fine, that's fine. It's amazing. I mean, this shield, it's very effective.
It's a scutum. It's the infantryman's...
Oh, a scrotum?
No, not a scrotum.
No,
That's this is a scrotum. Scrotum's Latin for purse.
But, it's like a barn door.
It is, but if you have your comrade next to you and the one on either side of you, you are going to be well protected against the arrows and the slings and the spears that are being hurled in your direction. And formidably, if you're an
Hey,
enemy
you'll
of
put an
Rome,
eye out,
you
kid.
want to be behind a shield wall because there are things like this coming out. This is the feared Roman pilum. Each legionary had
good
two
series
of
called
these, different weights. So
World
a
of
lighter one
Weapons.
for medium to
Episode
long
1
range.
started
You
with
see this
spears,
lead
bows,
weighted
and
heavier
everything
one for
in
the
order
real
of the
impact at
ranged
close range.
weapons.
Because the tribes
seems
against which the
interesting.
Romans were fighting, they embraced a warrior culture. So they would come hurtling, yelling their rebel yell and screaming. Not yet. Now, the tribes that they're fighting, the Gauls, the Celts, and the Germanic tribes, they want to come screaming.
Oh, that'd make him cough, wouldn't it?
That's a fair impact.
Wow, she's gone through about a foot,
But
look.
it's a punch through with this conical pointed head.
They're talking about the Roman spears, because that would break off and stick in the man, and you wouldn't be able to get out, you know what I mean?
Even
It's
if it
like
doesn't go into
right
you.
through them, yeah.
It's dropped down, this is wedged into the ground, you can't go any further forward with this. Your shield is rendered useless.
He's got to get rid of the shield, hasn't he? It makes him totally vulnerable. That is amazing. That is completely ingenious. A work of genius. Absolutely brilliant. Every legionary carried 2 peeler. So imagine
What they're
if
not
there were
saying is
10,000
you would
legionaries at a
normally be
battle.
pushing forward through your shield against your chest. So it wouldn't just go through the shield, it would go through you as well, you know.
Yeah.
Celtic kebabs, anyone?
Yeah, pause the video.
Horse
No,
archers
no, no, I
were
mean,
great for surprise flanking attacks, and infantry archers were great.
From this that I got from it, I mean, obviously this wasn't a total war thing. This is stuff that I studied when I was like, 14, 15. It was all written, so it was all like books that I read in libraries, so not video that so it was all in books, but there was diagrams to show you what they were talking about. And you seen that guy who was building the guy in the video before who actually built like an IF and like I can't remember. Not a trebuchet, but he built like a ballista. You know what I mean? A Greek ballista. He built that from, as I say, a book that he got at a library. You know what I mean? And this is the sort of things I was reading when I was 14, 15.
Well, yes, we're all from the pre-internet age.
Are we all 50 years
Yeah, there's
old?
no millennials. I don't think there's any millennials here.
No millennials.
I think most of us come from a time when phones had dials and colour TV was a new.
Oh my God!
Colour TV? What's that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
black and white
barely
TV.
remember us having a black and white TV in the living room and then getting.
Are we all
colour
boomers? Is that what you're saying? We're all boomers.
Close enough. Close enough.
No.
Well, not
I'm
all
not
of
a
us.
boomer.
No, not all of us.
I think I'm generation. I think mine's generation Y.
I was born very early, just in 61, so I'm classed as sort of a boomer.
No, if you were born, I think boomers are like 60 to 75 or something. Is that not boomers?
No, I thought it was earlier. Late 50s, early 60s, I think, boomers.
Oh no, I'm Generation X.
Yeah. Yeah, you're only a baby.
Oh no. I like coming in here, it makes me feel young.
Yeah, you learn a lot off us old blokes.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that happened to our society is libraries becoming a thing that nobody used. I know that you can get a lot on the internet, but I just don't think that you gather and understand information unless you've had to search through shelves to find it. You know what I mean?
I used to use my local libraries all the time, but I don't anymore because, well, I have my own.
Yeah, I mean, and most of the libraries you go into now, they don't have any fucking books worth reading. You know, it's all fucking Barbara Cartland and shit.
Maybe now would be an appropriate moment just to say that as it's your first time in here,
for keeping enemy troops pinned down so they couldn't maneuver.
The thumb wraps around the bowstring, and then you secure the thumb with this finger here. Just draw it back, and I know you can shoot a bow. Yeah. Draw it back.
Oh, yes, not bad! Marvellous, that's a dead barbarian. There's no end to my talents. The Romans had artillery machines, ballistae and catapultae of immense size, power and range. On the battlefield, they used smaller versions. Now this is a real toy to play with! This is absolutely marvelous!
Marvelous! So, Brian, this is a catapulta. It's like a giant crossbow. Instead of bow, what you've got is you've got two independent limbs trapped in these torsion springs that are skeins of tightly wound rope.
That's marvelous. I can pan and tilt and take aim. Look at that.
Is this someone personal?
No, this is a message from Rome. Go on, scram, you hairy monster.
Hot calling kettle black, eh?
Who is that?
Oh, no idea.
Is it my sightline? Oh, marvellous, yummy.
Right, the bolt sits in there. Don't pull it yet.
No,
Don't pull it yet. The bolt sits in the channel there.
Yes.
Hang on. Oh, wait. Right, lift that out there. Get rid of that.
Oh,
now.
it's in my power
It's in
now.
your power.
Oh, no. Take that, you barbarian. Oh!
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Bullseye! It's gone through the three of them. 3 for the price of 1. Marvellous. What a weapon. I'd love one of these for Christmas. I'd love one of these in my Christmas stocking. Catapulta could be used with incendiary ammunition. This is the big one. This is it.
The flaming incendiary dart.
Burn in hell, barbarian! Marvellous! Better than November the 5th! Tempests of projectile mayhem gusted across the battlefields of ancient Rome. It wasn't a very safe place to be. So if you're going to be a Roman, take care. Gordon's alive!
Do some Google search and see if we can.
What happened there, Terry?
I don't know. I keep getting a warning.
Yes! Burn to a crisp, just how I like them. Hey, lads! Up roll! Yeah!
Ancient Greek repeating ballista. Reputed invented by Dionysius of Alexandria in the 3rd century BC, Greek engineer, at Rhodes Arsenal and used in antiquity. So if you put that, if you Google that, Polybos.
Sorry,
Polybolos.
Can somebody do that? Because I'm sorting stuff out here. I'm just setting things back up again because everything. Everything
I found it by typing in ancient Greek repeater ballista, and that's how I found it. Yeah.
There are some YouTube videos, but they all seem to be French.
Got to get everything back the way.
Dionysius. I mean, that's. I thought that was like I thought Dionysius was like a mythical guy. You know, so there you go. He's actually a person from history, Alexandria, 3rd century BC.
Oh, there's Alan back from the shops.
Has MD found that, or do you want me to share? Or
I was just looking for it in YouTube, but I was looking for it under Creative Commons, and there's. Hang on, just turn the bloody filter off.
I'll just go to Google and type in ancient Greek repeater ballista. Yeah.
No, I found a video on YouTube under Creative Commons, but it would appear in French.
Parlez-vous français?
It's in French.
So it's about as useful as a chocolate bloody teapot.
We'll play a video how to speak French in 30 seconds or less, and then we can watch that.
I'll put a link in the side chat. Yeah.
Zebulon said Dionysus was the party god.
Dionysius.
No, it's not the O god of wine. He's not the god of wine. He's the O god of wine.
Oh, okay.
If you know,
I put a link in the side chat, but the link is like 300 fucking characters long.
Yeah, somewhat.
I'll grab that.
Oh, that's just results for the Google search.
Yeah, that's just Google search.
Yeah, it's a Google search. Yeah, but it shows you the whole page. But the top one, the first one, is the polybolus.
That's Wikipedia.
Yeah, I can find videos, but they're all foreign.
Yeah, it's under all.
And now I think everybody's logged onto the internet in the village.
Yeah, I think everyone's logging on the internet tonight.
Yes, well, over here, everybody should be at work.
I'll
10:15 in the morning. They should all be at work. Go on, bugger off.
Morning, Troggy. Sorry, Troggy. I know you subbed to me and you're grey, but I had a culling.
Did I put a video in?
I don't know if you've got the link.
I don't think that link went in. Hold on. Let me just.
You put something in, but I think it's Reddit.
Has me mate Troggy got the key? He wanted to join or not? Where are you? There you are.
Yes, that went into us. That's a link to.
There you are, Troggy. If you wanted to come in.
Our mechanical gifts.
Okay.
That's the one, and that's like a video of like a modern version of it. You know what I mean?
Wow, logical troglodyte. We are honoured.
I was going to say, Boggs, logical troglodyte is half naked anyway because he's only got a loincloth.
Yeah, can't expect too much from him.
There.
But you can see that's an automatic roll. It pulls it back, the bolt falls down, and bing, it goes. You know, it's like so. You can imagine somebody just winding something at a windlass at the back. You know, and it just goes ding, ding, ding. You know, so you could probably, I don't know how many they could put in. Probably maybe 6 or 10 or whatever. Yeah, you can imagine firing that on a battlefield back then in those days. You know what I mean?
Well, Mythbusters build one. Greek Ballista YouTube. Guys,
that's quite clever.
Try that one. We just had that one. That's not the one we're looking for.
Those aren't the droids
we're looking for. Yeah, as soon as I said it, I heard it in my own head.
I was going to say it as well, you know.
Weapons Master, Chinese repeating crossbow? I suppose that's...
Oh my god, have you seen the shit the Chinese invent? The Chinese had multiple rocket fire. The Romans fired ballista. The Chinese actually had, rockets that they fired, multiple rockets that fell down and got lit and fired off, Oh my god! I mean, we think they only use them for fireworks, and we invented, gunpowder to use as explosives. No, the Chinese were firing explosive rockets into the army to set them on fire and stuff. They were firing with balls of fat and oil and then setting them off, flames with rockets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, look at this one. It's clever.
Oh my God!
You bring it forward. It grabs the arrow. You pull it back, and then it can shoot the arrow. That's cool. It's like a shotgun. You could say like a shotgun.
Yeah, but that's a handheld. That's
I
a
know.
handheld thing. Yeah. That's like paintball. You know what I mean? They didn't play paintball in the ancient times.
My paintball markers are slightly more advanced than that. Although the one I use does have a spring in it.
It's an ancient automatic weapon.
The Chinese, what he's showing you there, the Chinese had these crossbows way back. You know what I mean? That's another thing we don't consider.
You're back again, are you?
How accurate were they and all that?
Yeah, but I mean, if you've got like 20 or 30 men firing them in a volley, I mean, you don't have to be that accurate if you're firing a body of 100 men or that. I mean, when we invented muskets, the first muskets weren't really that accurate. It was the volley. It was having 50 men. You know what I mean? 10 in front, 10 behind, 10 behind them. And the front row fire, they duck and reload. The second row fire, they duck and reload. The third fire, and then the first row stands up again and fire. That's how Britain conquered the world. You know. It wasn't about accuracy. It was just the amount of fire.
What's the mess with you, cat? No.
That's an ancient Chinese secret. There you go.
Now, Chad started. This could take a while. But what he doesn't realise, I don't think, is these repeating crossbows are so low power that these little darts are not really going to do any real killing damage. What they did was they poisoned the tips. So I'm off to try and find an old apothecary to see if he knows the old secret recipe.
Yeah, the old recipe was fucking human shit.
The reason I'm here is because I really like to build things, and I'm getting a little bored watching.
You're up to about 5 pound now, mate.
Up and get to work. Whew. Lots of pressure here with the master watching. Oh, I got the thumbs up! Hey!
Oh God.
Yeah, we
I can't afford that.
Next bit here, if I'm not mistaken, we are cutting this groove, this channel in here. Fluting, I believe, would be the term of art. And I'm reasonably certain that that is where the arrow will sit. Next, we hollow out the center of the magazine, providing space for the arrows. Okay, now we are ready to glue this puppy together. Take these two pieces and whoop. Master Yang prepares his special extra stinky Chikonu glue. After slathering the parts with glue and clamping them in place, we leave the magazine at peace to dry. All right, now for the moment of truth. Oh, wait, I got the tool. Oh, I got the tool. Okay, here we are. We've arrived at the moment of truth. Everything up to now made perfect sense to me, except for this. What I don't understand is how does the arrow drop, and what is this whole cocking business, and it's not clear to me. Aha! I get it. Okay, here's the whole trick. Here it is. Here's the whole shooting match. You see this little bit right there? What happens is that when this lowers down, hits the bottom right here, it lifts up, which releases the cock string and sends that arrow flying. Pow! Actually, I guess it'd be more like kapow, because it wasn't a particularly high-powered weapon.
Terry.
Archimedes screw.
Yeah, I just realised.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is ancient technology.
yeah, we've heard of
yeah.
that. We've seen a one that's actually being in use right at this moment over in England somewhere in a reverse setup, where it's actually using the gravity weight of the water as pressure to actually drive the screw,
Oh,
which
to
is
drive
which
the
is
screw
intriguing.
down. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
When you get to World War II, Terry, you should make sure Alan Evans is involved because he was in it.
No, how could he be in it? Then I would have been in it.
Oh, he's younger than us.
He's younger than me.
Is he?
Yeah.
And me. Well, just by a year or two.
It goes blue then me. So far.
So usually all old codgers then. Eh?
Okay then. Oh, well, it's intermission time. Coffee break, everyone.
I just found out a new book. I might go and do it now.
Biscuits and cake. Biscuits and cake are on the side table next to the coffee machine.
Yeah, I could do a quick bit of cake, you know, bun or something, and you know, a cup of tea.
Okay, I'll get rid
but
of all.
it would be nice to keep chat, but I know that it's probably getting late for you guys. I mean, it's only
No,
just
it's
like,
only it's just gone past 9. It's only 9:30, and we start.
Yeah.
We
Well,
start.
yeah,
I start late of these streams. I start later.
Yeah, you're 11 hours ahead of us, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm 10:25 or something at the moment. Yeah, AM.
What time is it for your wee dram, Turs?
Well, I started drinking when I woke up at about 7:30 this morning.
Only one though, eh? Only one bottle.
Yeah, well, I haven't finished the whole bottle yet. I've had the coffee and a sandwich. So
John, yes, I did. I said cake. Chocolate cake with chocolate icing.
Yeah, I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
Okay,
well,
I'll
I'm
gather.
thinking it more of a. On you go.
I'll gather these videos like we always do. Talk amongst
I'm going to
yourselves,
have
peanuts. Got any questions
I'm going
out
to have a
there? Got any
cherry
questions out in
cake
the peanuts can ask?
and a wee bit of tea, a wee cup of tea.
Ask any questions, but depends if you'll get the answer.
See, I'm scared to say any Scottish version in case you think it's a swear word.
Well, if it's in Scottish, I got no idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
My uncle's Scottish. Oh no.
Oh, thanks, Boggs. Boggs put some stuff in homework. Yeah, okay. Well, leave them there for Saturday, Boggs. Yeah, I just did the Todd's Workshop one. But that's a different one, is it? Windless Crossbow. Tested in slow-mo. Yeah, that might be the one. There was another one that had an attachment went on it. That might be the same one I looked at. Okay, we'll keep them for next week, Boggs. Because there's a few things there you've dropped. Okay, here we go. Who we got? Oh, we got him. I'm going to mix these tabs up. No, panel's audio's not out, Death. It's just I'm the only one talking at the moment. Everyone else seems to be asleep or gone to get coffee.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and stick kettle on. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen.
Oops, you'd never guess who that was. Oh, okay, he's got two. How'd he drop two of them? Today? He doesn't usually drop them back to back.
One's his podcast, Terry.
Oh, we can't watch that one. Okay, we can't watch that. Oh well. You have to be special to get that one, I think.
To get what one? What have I missed?
Oh, from a certain person.
Ah.
Certain Australian person with a beard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It said video unavailable,
So
I couldn't. What's he doing? Is he just playing a game? No, that's no good. I'm not gonna. Can't use that one. Next, who have we got? Oh, yeah. Our favourite Russian.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and
wonderful. Wonderful.
Wonderful. Who else have we got? Oh, we got what's that word he uses? Neat. Did you use the word neat?
Tidy.
Tidy, that's the word. Tidy. Tidy. We've got somebody to
Mr.
do
Sensible.
with... shh! Somebody that knows about cheese.
The cheese meister.
And we've got...
Yeah, we know that one.
If I played any more of that, that would have gave that one away.
Well, you only need to go as far as. Yeah.
Who? What? Where?
It's Professor Dave.
Oh, shit! That goes that one away. No, can't tell you who that was. Got no idea.
Nobody knows in what order any of these will actually end up being. Because
Yeah, I'll have to mix them around a bit. I think that's it. Yesterday, 10 p.m. Did we play that one or not?
Our old friend put out one this morning, not too long ago.
Yeah, but did I already do this one? I don't remember seeing that image, those images. Okay, it was put out 10 p.m. yesterday. Okay. I'm not sure if I don't think I did play that one.
Well, hello and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob.
Well, we don't know who that is either. We
Oh,
don't
no.
know. We don't know. We don't know
Well, hello
anyone
and-
from Michigan.
Has that got
So-
3.4 on the thumbnail?
That's about it, I think. I think that's all I've got so far. Going back. No, going back to him. Yep, that's everyone. That's lately, unless anyone's got anyone else. Look, I haven't said you can start voting yet, Dave.
Honestly.
Gee, some people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'll have to mix them up now. Because I know you'll probably try to remember which order they were in. Okay.
That cough don't sound good.
No.
It's trying to talk and drink coffee at the same time. And when you're realising it's cold and you go, yeah, that's cold.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec.
Make modern animated titles in DaVinci Resolve 16.3. Now that's a really useful one to come up in my recommended feed, isn't it?
Yep.
When I open YouTube. But why the heck? No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that either. No, stop it. I was going to try and hit the save for later button, but oh well. Why have I no link to Terry's live stream? YouTube is getting really rubbish for notifications lately, isn't it?
Well, everything is being done by the algorithms, and there's no. I don't think there's anybody there to monitor, keep an eye on anything because they've sent them all home.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like normally I would start YouTube. If Terry's live, since the amount of time I spend watching Terry.
Oh yeah.
Watching Terry Davis videos, you'd expect it to not just be in my actual actual notifications list. You'd expect it to be right at the top of the recommended feed. Because it always has been up until this week. It's always whenever I've opened YouTube, the watch page for the stream has always been like the very first video option shown to me in the recommended feed.
Yeah, but we know that at the moment YouTube is all over the place and screwing up. I mean, I go to my subscriptions list, and it says today. Do you think Terry's stream is anywhere in there? No, not even the reminder, let alone the fact that we happen to be in it live now.
Yeah.
I have to go down to my list of subscriptions on the left-hand side, and it tells me that Terry Davis is live, but on the main selection, he doesn't exist.
Exactly. It's like, what is going on?
Yeah, well, it's
all
because it's in the hands of the programs.
Yeah, and all them suggested videos of makeup for various different groups that are not straight white women. Like, have I ever watched any YouTube video on makeup?
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I guess, and of course it's also really annoying. I never watch the news, so why am I suddenly being inundated with BBC, Sky, and everybody else's news channels, all telling me about bloody coronavirus?
Corona.
But good news, at least my new SSD is now at my daughter's place.
Ah.
I'm going to have to wait till Saturday to get it, but
yeah, but you know where it is now.
And I'm guessing my 2 gig spinny drive, so that I've got another 2. I would have preferred 4, but needs must.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have preferred a 4 gig drive, especially because then I could get 4 gigs, another 4 gigs into it with only taking 1 slot up. And it would have also been nice to put another. Oh, and of course I've got to try and sort out getting a second-hand video card. Because I need a 1060. I think I need a 1060. I need a 1060 because I know the new 1650s that they let out to replace the 10 series are potentially better, but they've all got 8-pin bloody GPU power.
Right.
And my poor old motherboard, the power supply that came with my poor old motherboard only got 6-pin. So I'm not replacing the power supply as well. So I need to find a 10. I need to find a production 1060 board with 6 gig of RAM and 3 DisplayPort outputs and a 6-pin power connector, which are all things that are on the what's it build from NVIDIA.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not everybody implements.
Yeah, I'm wanting to upgrade. I'm going to run a 970 at the moment. I'm wanting to upgrade to a 2070. I never actually upgraded to the 1080. So my 970 has worked perfectly up until now. So. But I think with the new games that are coming out that are going to be using ray tracing and stuff, I can't afford a 2080, so I'm looking for the 2070, and that's going to be a huge jump anyway from a 970 to a 2070.
Yeah, well, I've got a 960, but it's only got 2 gig of RAM on it, and as I've had to ditch Premiere in favour of DaVinci Resolve, it turns out I might have actually been thankful for one of Premiere's deficits, its lack of use of the GPU. Because DaVinci Resolve uses the GPU for everything, and whereas with Premiere I could edit and render a 60 frames per second 4K video, I can't even open that as a project in DaVinci Resolve without it killing the bloody GPU memory.
Yeah, I mean, I was using a i5. I moved up to an i7 700, probably 4 years ago now, 3-4 years ago, and that's when I got the 970 as well. Before that, I was using like a 570, 560 or something like that. The 970 I've got 4 gigabytes, around. But yeah, I mean,
I kind of wish I'd got the 4 gig 960 when I got my system, but I had to have see, the thing was the monitor I chose to get, the minimum video card.
Press play, please, Terry.
Conversation.
Yeah.
And what are they listening to then?
Nothing.
Yeah, I thought I was talking to you. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. But I mean, we're talking technical shit. I mean, sorry, there we go again.
Yeah.
We're talking technical stuff here. I mean,
yeah,
these people probably are not interested in it,
Yeah, I switched off ages ago.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I don't play games, so my monitor is a Dell 5K one, which is why I needed so much.
Actually, you tell me these people are not here, but they're talking and chatting, saying, you know what I mean? Press play, please, Terry. Shit
yeah, I
is
know.
okay.
I'll get told off from the peanuts.
Yeah, you're telling me that they're not hearing this, but or is that people in the hangout that's typing?
No, they can hear. No, they can hear us now.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't want to bore them to death with my ins and outs of my computing. You know what I mean?
Press play, Terry.
Dave, I want to tell you about pharmacokinetics.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
In the previous tutorial, we learned about all of the different ways that drugs can be administered, or basically the ways that drugs can enter the body, whether in the mouth, through the skin, directly into the bloodstream, or otherwise. Now we want to talk about what happens next. Once drugs are inside your body, how do they move around and get to where they need to go? Do they stay in the body indefinitely, or are they eventually removed from the body somehow? The study of pharmacokinetics deals with precisely these issues, and in learning about this, we can highlight 4 main processes. Those are absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. Absorption generally describes the way the drug moves from its site of administration across one or more membranes, often into the bloodstream, if it was not administered there directly. Distribution describes its journey through the bloodstream to target cells and specific target molecules within. Metabolism describes the ways that it eventually gets modified by enzymes and rendered ineffective. And excretion describes the way it then exits the body, typically either through urine or feces. We want to understand each of these processes, as well as the ways that interactions with food, drink, other drugs, and additional factors can have an influence on them. So let's get a closer look at these now. As we said, the first step is absorption. If a drug is administered topically, this could mean moving through the skin or a mucous membrane and subsequently through the walls of nearby blood vessels. If administered orally, this would mean being absorbed through the lining of the stomach or intestines, a process which would be slowed by the presence of food. Some drugs will pass through the cells that comprise these membranes by passive transport, others by active transport, but one way or another, they will make it through on the way to their destination. In describing this process, it will be appropriate to review the term bioavailability. This term describes the proportion of a drug that is successfully absorbed into systemic circulation. Next, we mentioned distribution. This is the way that drugs move through the bloodstream after being absorbed into it or injected into it. There are many factors that influence this, like the way that the drug interacts with the components of blood, such as plasma proteins. If the drug binds too tightly to these proteins, it will not be able to reach its target cells. Sometimes a second drug is administered in conjunction with the first that has a higher affinity for these proteins than the first one does, thus serving the sole purpose of displacing the primary drug once bound to the protein, allowing it to be delivered to its destination. Beyond these blood elements, there are other factors that may hinder the movement of a drug. There are anatomical barriers found in certain organs. We have already discussed the blood-brain barrier in the biopsychology series. This prevents certain substances from passing out of the bloodstream into brain tissue. Some drugs will not be able to surpass this barrier, while others will, such as psychotropic drugs, or those affecting the mind. There is also the blood-placental barrier that regulates which substances can pass from the bloodstream of a pregnant woman into the fetus. There are, however, a number of substances that are able to pass through this barrier that can still do harm to the fetus, such as alcohol and certain medications. And then there is the blood-testicular barrier, which prevents many substances from reaching the male testes, therefore making disorders of the testes difficult to treat. After distribution, there is metabolism. This describes any chemical reactions that the drug may participate in, often aimed at inactivating it and targeting it for excretion. If a drug is traveling through the bloodstream, it is highly likely to be metabolized to some degree. For example, if a drug is taken orally, it will be absorbed through the intestinal wall, and for this reason, the part of the circulatory system it enters is a collection of blood vessels called the hepatic portal system. These carry blood directly to the liver, where they will be metabolized in some manner. This is called the first pass effect, referring to the first pass of a drug through the liver, and this will typically greatly reduce the bioavailability of a drug. In certain cases, metabolism in the liver actually activates a drug, but this is less common, and the first pass effect can inactivate over 90% of an orally administered drug before it is able to reach general circulation. This must be taken into account when determining appropriate dosage. Of course, drugs eventually reach their target cells, but even then, after enough time elapses, they will be metabolized. There are many different enzymes in the body that perform these metabolic functions, which are very important because the immune system is only good at dealing with large biological particles like viruses or bacteria. It has no defense against small molecules, so this detoxification mechanism aimed specifically at small molecules had to evolve for life to exist in a chemical world. Finally, after metabolization, there is excretion, where the drug or its remnants exit the body. This is typically done via exhalation, sweating, urination, or defecation. The kidneys are heavily involved in this process as they must remove harmful substances from the bloodstream. Some drugs are metabolized into gaseous form and are thus easily exhaled. Some drugs are excreted through bile, a substance secreted by the liver to aid in digestion, as bile is recirculated back to the liver via enterohepatic recirculation, whereby most of the drug can then be excreted by the kidneys, and the rest will exit in the form of feces. And as we said, glands that produce fluids such as saliva and sweat can also promote excretion, though this method tends to be less effective. And with that, we have traced the journey of a drug into the body, around the body, and out of the body, which gives us a basic understanding of pharmacokinetics. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials. Support me on Patreon so I can keep making content. And as always, feel free to email me, ProfessorDaveExplains@gmail.com.
I think it was in Wales.
Yous were muted again. Sorry, I always forget to unmute you.
Caught it.
I just
Oh,
caught
wait,
it
so
then.
So I've been talking and educating people, and they've not been hearing it. Oh, that's terrible.
That's okay. Just repeat,
No, I mean,
repeat the last 5 minutes.
Well, I just, yeah, Operation Joey. It was the drug bust. I think it was Wales. They produced the most pure LSD that's ever been produced in Europe. I think it might also be in the Western world. It was like 98% pure, and it was microdots. It wasn't blotting papers. It was microdots, and yeah, we had a lot of that stuff. And Glasgow in the 70s into the 77, 78, 79, and maybe 1980. Yeah, and we were buying after the drug squad. We wasn't buying after the drug dealers. We were buying after the drug squad, who were the people that would sell it to you and then come try and bust you.
Great.
Hey, Professor Phil. Okay.
Oh, I just had a notification of a Pipinori.
Yeah, I just yeah, Pip said new vid uploaded.
Yeah.
I've got to pick a story later too. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we can't put that in the vote, otherwise we end up voting for one too early.
Oh yeah, you got to leave it to the end, didn't you?
Yeah. Okay, who are we going to catch out this time? Armour? Because by the time I go to type
Bloody muted.
that,
Sorry.
there we go. Now you can vote. Oh, who'd I catch? Oh, Blue. Shame on you. He's Blue. I got Blue. Stop typing. I can't time people out. Wait, hey, get back there. So there's a Blue. Dave. Nope. Where'd it go? They're voting and I'm trying to time people out. Get back here, you. Trying to run away from me. Right. That's everybody. Now I can count the votes. 6, 3,
you've got 3
5,
screens. No, sorry,
3.
Turs, you can't vote.
What happened? Who missed out?
Turs voted.
No,
Mal and Evans voted.
Where? No, they're not. Well, I'm going to time them out if they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Alan put 4.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Not
that's
only
a
did he
double
vote, he voted
whammy.
4.
That's a double
Oh,
whammy.
yeah.
The
And
panel can't.
Zebulon. And Zebulon.
And I'm forgetting to grab these guys that put the 4s in.
What are we voting for?
Naughty.
A video.
A video. It's
I,
random.
I have about 6 or 7 videos that people have uploaded in my Discord, and then I open them all up as tabs, and I'll say, okay, you can vote from 1 to 6 or 1 to 7, and then the peanut gallery pick a number, and that's the tab I open up for the video.
Right, I just hit a 3 just for the sake of it, because I didn't know what was going on, but I seen people putting numbers in.
Yeah,
I just thought, I'll go for 3.
Yeah, we on the panel can't vote.
No, I
Don't
got
vote
6,
for.
3, 5, 3.
You do now.
Don't vote for 4.
3.
Don't vote
Like
for
Alan.
4.
What Alan
Oh,
did.
wait a minute. There's a panel member. He's gone.
Yeah, but I didn't know. So as a panel member that didn't know, I should be giving a buy on that. And,
Ignorance is no excuse.
Count.
Oh,
You know,
well,
that should count. You know,
I'll take it as an example then.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've all been timed out there, something about it.
It's all part of the fun.
So I've got a 6, a 3, 5, 3, 6.
Don't let Sean or JG know about this, because you know what they're going to do. They're going to nick this idea off you.
No, Sean already knows. Sean's already borrowed ideas off me already, which is okay.
Yeah.
6, 3, 5, 3, 6, 6. Another 7. 7? What do you mean another 7? Was there 2 7s? Did I miscount a 7? 7. 7. It's a shame having such a small little window to scroll through these peanuts. Okay, 6, 3, 5, 3, 6, 7, 7, 3. Oh, 3 wins. There's 3 threes actually.
There you go then.
3 wins. Okay, what have we got for 3? 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Loonzag says we know the outcome. Don't we? Oh dear. These guys are getting to know me too well. I'm going to have to change the rules again.
Yep.
Sorry about that. While I get sorted out, some quick thanks to my amazing patrons. I greatly appreciate every single one of my patrons they read. And my latest, I'd also like to give thanks to Osvaldo Greco. I mentioned the subject of today's video to him about a month, 6 weeks ago, and he managed to find a couple of images that I was after and I'd not been able to track down, so thanks for that, Oz. Today we're going to look at why the lunar roving vehicle proves that we went to the moon. First of all, a historic video clip that will tell us a bit about the development of the lunar roving vehicle. Roll VT. Actually, seeing the quality of the graphics there just proves we could not have possibly CGI'd and faked the moon landings back then.
During the early Apollo years, NASA scientists and engineers anticipated the need for a vehicle to aid the astronauts in exploring the moon. It was expected that bulky spacesuits, limited life supplies, and other inherent weaknesses would decrease man's mobility on the lunar surface. In 1964, with conceptual design of the Mobile Laboratory, or MOLAB, NASA began research on lunar surface vehicles. Over the next few years, an entire spectrum of vehicles was designed and studied. From these efforts came the knowledge that contributed directly to the development of the lunar roving vehicle. Its development required solution of many challenging technical problems for which there were no precedents in terrestrial vehicle design and operation.
All the required research for this sort of thing is where a lot of NASA money goes. Developing things like this, things that have never been developed before, is expensive.
The extremes of surface temperatures, plus or minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit, the very weak gravity, 1/6 of Earth's, and the many unknowns associated with the lunar soil and topography. All these factors imposed severe and unique requirements on the LRV.
Spot the error in that little clip.
The LRV would be a two-man, four-wheeled vehicle, 10 feet 2 inches long, 44 inches high, with a 7.5-foot wheelbase, weighing 460 pounds Earth weight, and capable of carrying a total payload of 1,080 pounds. The mobility system, which must be able to cross 12-inch high obstacles and 28-inch diameter craters, consists of the wheels, traction drive, suspension, steering, and drive control electronics. Long-duration torture testing on this so-called carousel, simulating the lunar surface, verified the durability of the wheel design. A mobility test unit was used in early phases of development to validate the LRV mobility system. The astronauts participated, as they did in all aspects of LRV development. Two 36-volt silver zinc batteries provide the vehicle's power. Each wheel is individually powered by a 1/4 horsepower electric motor.
1/4 horsepower per wheel. So that's 1 horsepower. I wonder if they tried to make a spacesuit for an actual horse first. That would have been interesting.
A highly efficient harmonic drive system, originally developed by the U.S. Shoe Machinery Corporation for other purposes, is used with each motor, eliminating the need for a transmission and its gears. At the Manned Spacecraft Center, the 1G trainer was operated using counterbalance springs to simulate the moon's gravitational field. Through operation of the trainer in this mode, astronauts were able to become accustomed to the LRV months before actual use during their mission. Storage and deployment of the vehicle provided major design challenges. As shown here by this special test unit built to equal on Earth the LRV's lunar weight, the vehicle had to fit within the tight wedge-shaped confines of one small section of the lunar module, about the volume contained in a family station wagon. Conversely, on the moon, the LRV has to essentially unfold itself by means of springs and deploy to the lunar surface, locked in its operating configuration, all with minimum assistance from the astronauts. After delivery to KSC, the vehicle was unfolded and completely checked out again, and another crew station review was conducted. The LRV was then folded for the final time and installed in its flight position inside the lunar module of the Apollo 15 spacecraft, several months before launch.
I think we can leave the archival film there. I will put a link to it in the description because it's a fascinating 15-minute watch. Well worth it. But as you can see, here's a photo of the LRV folded up, ready to be loaded, and a second one where the guys are actually loading it up to the Apollo lunar excursion module. Now, I know just what you're going to say. You're going to say, yes, Mr. Sensible, but that doesn't prove anything about the moon.
Yes, Mr. Sensible, but that doesn't prove anything about the moon.
Shut up, Alexa. I think we need to move on Let's have a look at some other buggies. Oh, that looks fun. Great stuff. So I assume that all they did for this fake NASA mission to the moon is they used a fancy dune buggy. I think we better have a look at the actual buggy, the rover, in use on the moon. I've managed to get hold of some 4K upscaled footage. This is the lunar rover with the image stabilised, used in Apollo 16, 21st of April 1972. You can see how the suspension's working with the surface. Oh, and Nathan Oakley. If you look right to the top of the picture, you can see a geometric horizon. That one is a geometric horizon. Incidentally, anyone who didn't spot the error the NASA guy made in the earlier clip, it's that the moon doesn't have soil. It has regolith. It's a mix of large and smaller particulates and fine dusts and so on. So this is all very well. Why does this lunar rover prove that it's on the moon? Well, just look at the dust that it kicks up. It is not behaving as it does on Earth. The dust is thrown up and moves in perfect parabolas. You can see what the astronauts on Apollo 16 called rooster tails coming off the back of the lunar rover. That is not how sand and dust behaves on Earth with an atmosphere. What you get is billowing clouds of dust, not nice, neat curves of dust that fall down in a perfect parabola. Let's have a look again at some of the dune buggies. Well, you have a nice big dusty cloud there, which we didn't see from the lunar rover. And the same again, only this time the dusty cloud seems to be, what, 5, 6 times the length of the vehicle itself? Don't recall seeing that behind the lunar rover either. Again, no nice neat parabolas, just a bit of a mess and cloudy dust really, as you'd expect in an atmosphere. Yep, reckon we got the same again there. And again that buggy rushing towards us with a huge cloud of dust behind. Looking again here at the lunar rover, it's just starting to move off, but even so you can see some of the dust in front and behind the tyres as it's being thrown up, because that dust is very fine and the gravity is only 1/6, so it's easy to pick it up and throw it. And you can tell how fine it is. Look at those footprints leading from the bottom middle towards the front wheel. Now this is not sped up, not slowed down, it's real time. Look how long that dust is suspended before it manages to fall back down in a parabola, because the gravity is that much lower. But then the usual accusation is that this filming is all slowed down. Let's have a look at it sped up then. So here we are, 3 times speed, which doesn't look very natural, and there's no great billowing clouds of dust or sand thrown up. So how can that be? But to throw up the sand or dust, it has to be going fast, because otherwise, well, let's have another look at that last shot of the dune buggy. Well, we got that buggy going fast towards us with big clouds of dust, but there's that little black and yellow one in the front going away from us, going slowly, and nothing kicked up. So which is it? Is the lunar rover going quickly but slow down, in which case why isn't there clouds of dust? Or is it going slowly, in which case how is it kicking up any dust at all? So there you have it. The lunar rover proves we were on the moon. You could not fake that on Earth. In order for the dust to be thrown up against our gravity, you have to be going at speed. And yet we've seen that the lunar rover was not going at speed. Any dust that's kicked up in an atmosphere would form billowy clouds, whereas we've seen with the lunar rover, it's nice, neat parabolas. So it was in a vacuum. We went to the moon. The lunar rover shows that. And I can't wait till we go back to the moon again. And I hope it's soon. Until next time, stay well and be sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
Yeah, just one of the many things they tried to use to debunk the moon landings.
I have seen someone else do that. I don't know who it was that was actually saying that was actually fake because of that, because of the dust that was coming off of the wheels of that lander. I can't think of who it was off the top of my head, but that explains it pretty good, Mr. Sensible. So that was good. That.
Yeah.
Jim Panda did a really good series because he did a complete debunk of that something of the something funny on the way to the moon.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
That'd be the one.
That entire so-called documentary is just utter rubbish from start to finish. Every single claim they make is nothing but nonsense.
And Jim Panda's demolition of it is brilliant, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, the physics of the that powder that the moon's on is almost the same consistency as cement powder. If anyone knows what that's like, because when you put your footprint or something in cement powder, it almost acts identical to the surface of the moon where their footprints are shown.
It's both very fine and very sharp, which is how it retains. You know, it's like Buzz Aldrin's famous photo of his footprint. Yeah, it's one of the first photos he took. Yeah, and he sort of took two or three, and the definition is so sharp because of the way the regolith is made up and how very fine, but the sharpness of it as well, which means it retains the imprint so well. I mean, all of those tracks, all of those blueprints will still be up there.
Yeah, it's the angular shape of the particles that make it stay together. It's like beach sand. When it's dry, it doesn't stay together, but when it's wet, it does. But that's different.
Yeah, but that stuff up there acts as if it's wet when it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, oddly, you could say that the surface of the moon is dirt, but you certainly couldn't say it was soil.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's soil. No.
Well, no, because soil very specifically has organic matter in it.
Yes.
Dirt doesn't necessarily have to have organic matter, so it could be dirt, but it definitely isn't soil.
Yeah, they just tend to be a bit more technically correct about it, don't they?
Well, you know, but there again, back then, people weren't being quite people. It was a generally accessible piece of program making, I'm assuming, and therefore they aren't necessarily going to be using technical language anyway, are they? Mm. So, yeah, soil maybe.
Breed sexes.
That radar man's nothing but a troublemaker.
Yeah, he is. I might have to ban him.
3 6 is two serious 5s. BlueMarbleScience says no, he's not voting. No.
Nope. No. I can imagine Blue standing there saying, nope, with his arms folded. Head, nope.
Nope. Nope.
Where are we? 6 wins.
Hit the real non-sec, please.
Yeah, I think he spammed the 4 too many times, I think. Yep, sorry, non-sec. You can't spam it. I might have missed the odd one. Alright. Oh shit, now what was the number again?
6.
6.
6.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm not allowed to sing, am I?
Don't sing.
No, definitely no. No.
668, the
No.
name of the beast.
No.
Good one.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, my tea's got down the wrong. Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, Mippet, you'd done it at the same time as me.
Oh. Note to self, I can't breathe tea.
Okay, what did...
Yeah, I've stopped drinking tea while I'm on here with this lot.
Phil, he said, I finally won something. There we go.
Hi, my name is... Stupid intro, really, because you all know my name, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Good evening, everybody. How we all doing? Who do we have? Eerie Mac, good evening. Turquoise Laura, Park Q, Brew Haha, Fortunate Son, DBR, Jose Vagila, Forrest Pfeiffer, Far Q again, Mr. Jones 1972. How is everyone this evening? So, why am I live on a Tuesday night? Is it Tuesday? Yes, it's Tuesday. Who else have we got? Oh, Andrew Baker, Cheesemondo, good evening. Clive Wells, Jason Taffy, Boy Point, Stringer News 1, good evening. Greg, Anya, do I need to put slow motion mode on? Yes, I do, because I can't read. Minor adjustments to the stream, and then we will dooby-doo. Oh, dear me. Right, live chat. So I can't work 7 days a week in the vape shop for the next 3 weeks solid because I just can't. So my plan, and if I seem a bit distracted, I apologize, but that's because I am distracted. What? Excuse me just one moment again. A little bit more dad duty, I do apologize.
Yep, I think we're all being muted out there, Terry.
Terry, you're not on your game tonight, are you?
No, I'm a bit distracted.
Everybody's allowed an off day every now and then.
Yeah, I'm having
lately,
one of
lately it's been nearly every other day for me.
Yeah. I have to say, I feel like I'm really struggling today after the torrid day I had yesterday.
Yeah, well, it can take it out of you, and
Phil says, Terry, why are we whispering?
We can whisper if you want.
Yes,
what?
Yes, we can. We can all whisper.
Oh, what's up, Terry?
But how annoying would that be?
That would be very annoying.
yeah, I'll move my microphone back out. I'm annoying myself.
No.
Oh. Well, I used to have to whisper when I was on late at night.
Yes, you did too. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we remember those days very well, Alan.
I remember when you got somebody who starts work at 4 o'clock in the morning, so has to leave the house at 3 o'clock in the morning. Late at night is after 8 p.m.
Yeah.
I used to be a complete asshole, right? So long as my parents had went and fucked up, disappeared to the caravan. You know what I mean? We've got a stationary caravan down the west coast. I used to scream and shout at night, and I'd be talking to my neighbours the next morning. They were saying, "Who was that you were screaming at? You kept us up all night."
Fortunately, my next door neighbours, because this is a semi-detached, their bedroom. I'm in one of the spare rooms, so I know that mirror to this is their spare room, and then their bedroom's over the other side, so they can't hear me late at night. And I've got a compressor in here for my airbrush, and they did quite a while back. I sort of said, "Yeah, do you ever hear it?" And they said, "Well, we've heard this very muted something, but it was so quiet we couldn't make out what it was." Now, if I fired it up now, you'd know straight away what it was. You'd hear it, but they can't. So I figure I'm safe in here. And as long as I'm not actually shouting and just talking, then I don't think they can hear me.
Yeah, well,
if you can hear me bang twice on the
now,
wall.
You know what I mean?
No, shouting.
I do swear.
Anyway. Yeah, we know.
I don't scream and shout like I used to. I mean, if you'd have heard me like 7-8 years ago talking to presuppositionists, you know what I mean, with BS, you know, about how the Earth is only 6,000 years old. I would go, you know, but I wasn't complaining so much about them saying that was the age. It was the rubbish that they used as evidence for it being 7,000 or 6,000 years old. That was the things I would shout about, you know.
Yeah. You know that thing about it, 6,000 to 7,000 years old?
It's impossible.
Correct. I just have 2 words to say to that presupposition of 6,000 to 7,000 years old. Göbekli Tepe.
Go back to what?
Göbekli Tepe is an archaeological site in Turkey near the Syrian border, and it has lots of big carved stone chunks and all sorts of things, and it was
it's one of the oldest.
Yes, it's been dated to about. It's about approximately 10,000 years BC, so it's about.
I think we did it.
Hey,
I'm sure we did it one day.
Yeah,
Turkey or somewhere, is it?
Yeah, it's in Turkey, right near the Syrian border.
Yeah,
and they know this because when they finished building it, they buried it, and they don't know why they buried it, but they.
How do you know that? Were you there?
Terry, I think 3-1. We've got 3 3s, 2 5s.
I was just counting back. I was waiting for a 5 or a 3.
We got, as Carl said, he votes 3. I don't know why I can't type it, but. Hi, Phil.
But that used to be my famous comeback to them, you know, when they went on and on about the Bible and how old the Bible is and all the names of the Bible. So, how do you know that's true? Were you there?
Yeah.
They used to hate that, you know what I mean? Right, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Bugger.
I think Blue's testing me.
Why?
He put that number.
Just so you know, Terry, I am floating around, but I'm trying to use my fingers to do Year 7 maths. So,
Your fingers? Well, you can only count up to 20 if you use your toes.
I took my socks off because I had to do the times table. So, yeah, no, I'm trying to help the young one do her maths homework. So,
Oh, best of luck with that.
Got to do the dad thing first and get that crap out of the way.
Oh, of course.
I've dropped a link in the side chat for you, Terry. Yeah, Scott Manley just dropped a video reference that rocket launch we watched. I think it was last week that had the failure in the engine, and well,
I've been waiting for that.
And
I have been waiting for that.
I won't ruin it for you, but
no, you're not going to ruin it because you're going to shut up, aren't you?
Yeah, so it goes over that, and then the relaunch afterwards, and some other stuff as well. So
Okay,
that's just in the side chat for you.
Yeah, I'll put that in the vote.
Oh,
for next time.
Peter, how are you supposed to help? How are we supposed to help kids do their homework these days when we all do the maths bloody wrong?
I'm teaching the way I was taught, Alan, because I know it works.
Yeah, there's no anywhere of that top 10 to bottom. No BS. You know what I mean?
I did watch a video about Egyptian math. We could always learn that.
Well, the way I look at it,
Kind of do normal math, never mind Egyptian.
the way I look at it is, if the teachers teach her another way, and that works for her, well, let her do it that way. If I teach her another way, which works for her, well, let her do it that way. I don't really care. Whatever way works for her, I'll show her as many versions as she wants.
If she learns how to do it both ways, she's one up on all the other students, you know.
Exactly. It just gives, it allows her the option of doing it this new way that really doesn't kind of make sense at all, and the old way that we used to do it.
Professor Phil's ears just pricked up like a Vulcan. What is the maths topic?
Don't.
You'll have Professor Phil in here. He'll be coming in here. Math. What do we have?
And also, can I make a suggestion about this video? Let's cut to the chase.
No.
Just skip the first half of it and play the second half. I'm sure Blue won't mind. Because the second half's the only bit that's really worth watching.
It's all right, Professor Phil. It's just it's all that easy stuff like adding and dividing fractions and stuff.
Go on, bit further to the right, Terry. Bit further to the right, bit further to the right.
Well, past all that.
Well, because that's the only bit we really need to watch.
Oh, Alan, you can't just watch the aeroplane bit. That's not fair.
No, watch the whole thing. Watch the whole thing.
But we've got to listen to Level Earth Observer
Let's get
again.
to the aeroplane bit, you know.
You can't just watch the aeroplane bit, Alan. That's not fair.
Blue said no. No.
Oh, right. All right.
Press play, please, Terry.
Yeah, I'm thinking of
I don't know that I can do Level Earth Observer again.
I think Blue's trying to tell you something, Alan.
No, I think
No.
I was trying to
thinking
avoid
I might have to change
We
my
like
name
the
to just
stupid.
Santa in Discord, because somebody else here is called Terry, and whenever I hear that, I think it's me because that's what Pete Shee calls me. You know?
Yeah, well, I'm blonde. I've got a blonde.
So do you, Terry?
Yeah, I've got a blonde. I'm blonde hair with light coloured moustache, but not as blonde as you.
Play.
Can I have your attention, please? The Earth is a sphere. That is all. Hello everybody, welcome to Blue Marble Science. Today we're going to talk about a really terrible way to try to debunk the globe. Now everybody relax, this is really going to be talking about Major Brian Shull, retired U.S. Air Force pilot, and about the SR-71 Blackbird. Brian's one of only 93 people to ever fly that airplane. It's always a pretty good idea to have the oven mitts handy and keep the monitors back out of punching range, but basically, let's just listen to a cool story about a really cool airplane and an even cooler pilot. Before we talk about this failed debunk attempt, let me give you a little background on Brian Shull and the SR-71 Blackbird for those of you who aren't familiar. Brian Shull was a U.S. Air Force pilot. He was shot down over Vietnam late in the war, and he suffered some horrific injuries, but he eventually recovered from that. He volunteered to be a pilot for the SR-71 Blackbird and was accepted. Brian is one of only 93 guys to ever pilot this airplane. The SR-71 Blackbird was the replacement for the U-2 spy plane. SR is the designation for strategic reconnaissance. The airplane was the brainchild of Kelly Johnson at the Lockheed Skunk Works. The Blackbird, to this day, remains the highest flying, fastest air-breathing aircraft ever built, and it was built in 1964 with slide rule technology. The Blackbird can fly at altitudes in excess of 90,000 feet, at speeds in excess of 3.5 Mach. It is absolutely incredible. But a channel called Level Earth Observer tries to take a humorous story that Brian Shull tells and use that somehow as proof that the Earth is flat. So let's listen to Level Earth Observer. It won't take long to see where this guy is going.
Today we're going to have a quick listen to Major Brian Shull of the United States Air Force, former SR-71 pilot, retelling a few stories from back in the day, and in doing so Brian is going to absolutely annihilate the globe theory. We're then going to have a look at the globe distance to the horizon calculator, and then we're going to compare the observations that Brian Shull was seeing, measure the distance, compare it to the distance of the horizon calculator, i.e. the globe mathematics. A big fail, I can tell you. And then we're going to use Google Earth to try and recreate Major Brian Shull's observation. Testing Google Earth and testing the globe at the same time.
Testing Google Earth and testing the globe at the same time, huh? I don't think so, Scooter. I don't believe you're going to make it that far.
And it's a big double whammy fail, I can tell you, as the heights we have to go to recreate Brian Shull's observations in his SR-71 is ridiculous. But let's have a quick listen to Brian first.
When Walter and I were doing a training mission around the United States, we just were building up hours and time, and we take off out of Beale, hit a tanker in Idaho, rip on up to Montana, zip across Denver, hang a right turn in Albuquerque, out over Los Angeles, up to Seattle, back into Sacramento, 2 hours, 21 minutes. And you just do that then you do it backwards, and you hit a tanker or two. It was just to gain crew coordination, build your hours. We're on our last training mission. We're over Tucson. I can see downtown LA from Tucson. We're at 89,000 feet. I can see the whole western United States bathed in a warm October fall glow. I can see the chain of Rocky Mountains from Canada to New Mexico. I could just see the most beautiful picture laid at my feet in this.
Fantastic, Brian. Thank you. And no doubt it was incredibly flat, my dear man, if you were seeing that far.
And maybe Brian was just telling a funny story, not thinking that years later Cletus might show up and poop on the windscreen.
So Brian, at 89,000 feet, was seeing the whole western side of the United States. He was 89,000 feet above Tucson. He could see the whole of the western side of the United States. He could see downtown LA. He could see the Rocky Mountains in Canada coming all the way down to New Mexico.
So which part of that route of flight confused you? The part where he hit the tanker over Idaho? Or when he was over Montana or Denver or Albuquerque or Tucson? You know, I'm pretty sure he and Walter would have seen the entire chain of the Rocky Mountains on that flight.
Incredible. Let's just have a look on a map, just to give you some idea. 2 secs. So here's a map of the western United States. Tucson is right at the bottom there, below Phoenix. And of course our pilot Brian was 89,000 feet above Tucson. And strangely enough, he was seeing the whole of the United States. Not only that, he was seeing the Rockies come down from Canada all the way down to New Mexico. You kind of gave the game away there, Brian, as we're about to see. Okay, over at the distance to the horizon calculator. Observer height 89,000 feet. Calculate the distance. We get a distance to the horizon of 365.9 miles. Already, anyone who looked at that map just now can see there's an obvious problem. Right, let's get some idea of distance here. I'm going to be quite kind to the globe believers. I'm not going to measure all the way to the Rockies inside of Canada. I'm going to measure to the border. Just to be fair here. I don't want to crush your globe too much. So to give us some idea, distance, let's say approximately 1,100 miles to the Rockies on the US-Canadian border, okay? It's actually a lot further. If I was to include the whole Rockies, we'd be looking in the region of 1,500 miles. But we'll give the Globies a sort of fighting chance here. Not that their reality is real whatsoever, it's pantomime, as we've just seen. So we've got that, 1,100 miles. This SR-71 pilot was seen at an absolute minimum from 89,000 feet. But the globe mathematics tell him, and us, that the horizon, i.e. the cut-off point, should have been just over 300, was it 369 miles, was it? Let me just double check. 365.9 miles. So the horizon on the globe model from an observation height of 89,000 feet should be 365 miles away, i.e. the cut-off point. But strangely enough, Brian is seeing another 7, if we want to include the Canadian Rockies, another 1,200 miles. Oh dear. This only happens when when it's a lie. You wouldn't have these problems if the globe was fundamentally true.
I got an idea. Instead of cherry picking words out of a comedy routine Brian Shull is doing, ask yourself this question. If you leave Atlanta, Georgia, over here, and fly direct to Los Angeles, over here, by the time you're even with, say, Birmingham, which is right about there, the aircraft will be pretty much at cruising altitude, let's say 40,000 feet. Figure out why it is you can't see New Orleans. Why can't you see Houston, Texas over here? You know, hundreds of millions of people, maybe billions of people, have taken that flight, and not one of them has ever reported being able to see the Gulf Coast. Why is that? You don't suppose the curvature of the Earth's getting in the way now, do you?
So let's go on Google Earth now before we finish, and let's see how high we have to get before we can actually see what Brian, the SR-71 pilot, stroke globe knockout artist, could see. Let's have a look. 2 secs.
Well, I got a better idea. Instead of listening to any more of your foolishness, why don't we listen to the LA Speed Story by Major Brian Shull? Believe me, this is worth listening to.
It's called the LA Speed Story. And it was just a story about one day it was really cool being SR-71 pilot. Walter and I were doing a training mission around the United States where you just were building up hours and time. And we take off out of Beale, hit a tanker in Idaho, rip on up to Montana, zip across Denver, hang a right turn in Albuquerque, out over Los Angeles, up to Seattle, back into Sacramento, 2 hours, 21 minutes. And you just do that and you do it backwards, and you hit a tanker or two. It was just to gain crew coordination, build your hours. We're on our last training mission. We're over Tucson. I can see downtown LA from Tucson.
We're at 89,000 feet. I can see the whole western United States bathed in a warm October fall glow. I can see the chain of Rocky Mountains from Canada to New Mexico. I could just see the most beautiful picture laid at my feet, and the air as smooth as glass, not a gauge moving in the cockpit. It was perfect. Now I'm thinking, we bad. And I feel sorry for Walter because he has to monitor 5 radios in the back seat, so I flipped the switch up just to listen, and LA Center is controlling, they control all, when you fly Southwest Airlines, their guys controlling everybody. But we're above controlled airspace. So they have us on their scope, but they're not talking to us. Now there's controllers all over the country, Jacksonville Center, Chicago Center, Seattle Center, you know. It's the same guy. They all talk the same. And it's really cool the way they talk because they make you feel important as a pilot. They don't just say, yeah, okay, here's your thing. They make you feel really cool. So sure enough, this was pre-GPS days. Some Cessna guy has to know his ground speed. LA Center, Cessna, November Tango Alpha. You got a ground speed readout for us? Now Center would like to say, who cares, get off free. But no, he'll talk to him like he's John Glenn. Cessna, November Alpha, we show you 90 knots, 90 knots on the ground. And they do that sing-song, but that's how they talk. And it makes you feel kind of cool. Right after that, a twin Bonanza came up to pimp the guy for speed, I guess, and LA Center, Twin Beach, whatever. You got a ground speed readout for us? And Center likes it. God, it's Friday. Why me? God, please, just get off. But he's going to talk to him like he's Air Force One. Twin Beach, we show you 121, 20 knots on the ground. And right after that, a Navy F-18 out of Lemoore popped up on frequency. And you knew it was a Navy guy because he talked really slick on the radio. Center, Dusty 5-2 speed check. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Dusty 5-2 has a ground speed indicator in that $1 million F-18 cockpit. It's right there in the heads-up display. Why is he calling Center to broadcast his speed? I get it. We are just the meanest, baddest, fastest military jet in the valley today. We're taking our little Hornet jet over Mount Whitney and ripping across Death Valley. We want everyone from Fresno to the coast to know what real speed is. And you can almost hear a little glee in the controller's voice, like, we have put an end to this. Dusty 5-2, we show you 620, 620 knots across the ground. And it was that across the ground. See that little knife, like, I hope nobody else has the nerve to get on frequency now. And there wasn't an airliner from Seattle to San Diego that wanted to be next on Freak. It's sort of an etiquette thing amongst flyers. And a 12-year-old was reaching for the mic button. And I thought, oh, no, wait, Walter's in charge of the radios. I flew single seat all those years, but I'm in the family model now, and I want it. No, it's the Navy. They must die. They must die now. And I thought, no, but if I do, I'll upset Walter, and I want us to be a good crew. And at that moment, I heard a click of the mic button in the back seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter and I became a crew at that moment. In his best innocent voice, LA Center, Aspen 30, have you got a ground speed readout for us? You could almost hear a collective gasp on Freak, like, oh, the poor fools didn't hear the previous transmissions. Oh, they got crushed like a grape. It's just a pilot thing. But Center had to give you that same voice. Aspen 30, we show you 1,992 knots across the ground. When I knew I was going to like Walter a lot is when he came back and said, Center, we're showing a little closer to 2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not hear another transmission on that frequency all the way to the coast. The king of speed lived, the Navy had been flamed, and a crew had been formed. For just a moment, it was absolutely fun being the fastest guys on the block.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Click that little bell if you want notifications of the next video. There's a link to the Patreon. It'll be up in the description. And we'll catch you guys on the next one.
That's a cool video.
It's like I said, man, it's so human. You know what I mean? It's like, boys with the toys, and it's just so.
It's that one single line where he says, and a 12-year-old reach for the mic button.
Yeah, that was gold. That was gold.
I just feel sorry for the F-18 pilot who's thinking, there you go, there's nobody around faster than me, I am King Dick, and then you hear this is Aston 30.
Yeah, no, it was cool.
Yeah.
But just the whole premise that they can't see this thing from this high up, 89,000 feet, etc. It's to me, it's like they were documenting the
I mean, they have
smallest
taken
little
pictures from
hopes
that
now.
altitude, and there's curvature. There's no two ways about it. At the height that they flew, at 80,000 feet plus, there's curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is today, if you could just imagine, like, if the people in the ISS could hear those communications and then they come in, could you give us a speed check?
Could we have a speed? What's our speed? What's our speed across the ground? Yeah, we're seeing you at 17,000 miles an hour across the ground.
Yeah. Exactly.
But when you look at some of the records, I mean, the Blackbird crossed the Atlantic in, I think, just under 2 hours. 1 hour, 54 minutes, 56.4 seconds, and that's a distance of 3,461 miles. I mean, that's they took them a while to slow down, turn around, and come back again.
Yeah.
Oh, Terry, if you're going to mute us all because you don't want us chatting, please unmute us so that we can talk afterwards.
You've been unmuted.
No, I wasn't unmuted. I had to unmute myself.
Sorry.
There's me getting really cross.
Well, I hear bleed through from somebody, and I don't know who it is, so I just had to mute everyone.
Yeah.
You can unmute yourself.
I hope. Yeah,
I didn't even know I was muted. That was the problem.
Don't just have the participant list open so you can see your little microphone?
No.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at it.
Oh, okay.
Mine takes up half the screen.
I'm still trying to get warm from when I went out earlier. Bloody freezing.
I've just opened my window up. It's fucking boiling in here.
It would have been absolutely lovely had I had to go for a walk to the shops. But as I had to go for a roll in my electric wheelchair, it was bloody freezing.
I mean, it's about 9 degrees outside, and that's cool. No, I don't mind. I can walk about with short sleeves and 9 degrees. But in the house, my parents, Dad's on warfarin, so he's got the temperature up at like 24 fucking degrees centigrade. It's what a hot house, and you could grow pineapple.
Yeah, my problem is when you're sat still outside, 9 degrees is not very warm.
No. No, about 12 degrees at the moment, and it's nice and sunny.
If you're used to Scottish weather and you're used to like 6 degrees through the winter, and you put a jacket or like a hoodie on for that. Once it gets to 9 degrees, you know what I mean? It's 3 degrees warmer. You know what I mean? You took that hoodie off, man.
Even just standing still, it keeps you the physical effort you have to make to stand up keeps you really nice and warm. So the minute you're sat down outside in the wind, you start chilling down really quickly.
Yeah, but I bet if I was to come to Australia in your summer, right?
I'm not in Australia. I'm in Norfolk.
Oh, you're Norfolk? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I keep thinking this in like an Australian channel, so people go, I can't tell your accent, right?
What?
I can't because, people emigrate and go, you could be in Australia. Anyway.
What, Alan? You're not Australian, Alan? Now you tell me.
If I was in Australia in Australia's summer, You know what I mean? At like 49, 50 degrees centigrade. You know what I mean? I couldn't move. It would just far too hot for me.
Blimey,
You know
when
what I
do
mean?
I tell Terry that I'm not Australian either?
Yeah, I know, farmers.
Not tell him.
Just as a quick follow-up to that video we've just seen, I lived 11 miles away from where they were based here in the UK. The Blackbird was based at RAF Mildenhall. And I used to see it about once a week, and it's a very impressive looking beast when you see it flying over.
Farmers, we need to get Stingray on as well and get the East Anglia Mafia really going.
I was just going to say, like, you know, are you all from Northern England? There's no Australians here. Is that what you're saying?
We're not from Northern
England.
There's
We're
two
from East Anglia.
Australians.
We're the
Peter's
East Anglian crew.
Peter's Australian. I'm from New Zealand. But this is
Two Aussies, one Kiwi, and the rest are British.
I'm originally from Cambridgeshire. I'm now down at Silverstone in Northamptonshire, so I haven't moved very far.
Yeah.
Alan's
I'm
over
originally
in
from
Norfolk.
I'm originally from Essex and I'm now from.
That's right, you're an Essex boy.
Don't forget the Aussie in the background.
I'm an Essex boy now from Norfolk.
Oh, and we got the producer Mippet in the back room.
Three
also
Aussies then.
Australian. Yeah. Three
I
fair
don't know.
dinkum Aussies.
South of Hadrian's Wall, man. These are all just Northern English.
Oh dear.
I thought my Aussie.
He's not with me. He's not with me. I promise.
No, I don't. Pip, we know you understand geography. Don't worry.
I just took it for granted my blue avatar would and my title would give it away where I'm from.
Well, you would have thought so, yes.
Yeah.
One can only try, Terry.
All right.
And Cheeky's from outer space, can't you tell by his avatar?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not currently on Earth.
Oh, you've been quarantined up there, have you?
I'm above.
Which Apollo is that?
You know, we just started our lockdown about an hour ago.
Ah.
I have noticed we do seem to be short quite a few of our usual regular Australians.
Yeah.
And I guess there's more Brits around at the minute because.
And Yanks.
Oh. Where else are we going to be?
Well, quite.
Well, you know why there's no Australians in the chat, apart from you guys. They're all out taking advantage of the swells, you know what I mean? They're all out there with their boards, taking advantage of being locked up, isn't it?
It's night time. I don't think you'll see many in the boats at the moment. For starters, it's like
they're
10.
all out there with their surfboards and their tiki torches, you know.
Yeah, no, it's like 10 to 11 at night. They won't be down at the beach at the moment.
No.
But we're on lockdown. We're on lockdown here anyway. They actually there was when they first went into lockdown, the police actually started arresting people for being down on the beach because it was above the numbers as per the lockdown requirements of the time. So they gave them all a warning, and the ones that started arguing got a free meal for the night.
People have been doing that over here. The people have still been sort of, holding parties in parks and things. It's like, what the hell do you think you're doing?
I mean, I know this thing with Snowdonia that they sort of they said, oh, there's so many. I'm guessing one of the things that's probably happened is that they say, well, you can go out for exercise, blah 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 blah. So everybody's thought, I know what I do. I'll go somewhere where I can be isolated and walk because there's nobody there. At which point, every bugger turns up at the same time.
Yeah.
And I think that was I don't think that was huge swaths of people deciding they're going to be arseholes. I think that was just people thinking, well, I'm stuck. The weather's nice. I'll go to the mountains. I'll go to a beach because it'll be empty and deserted and I'll be able to have some fresh air, a bit of exercise, and all will be good. And of course, everybody goes because everybody thinks the same thing without realising that everybody else is doing it. It's not that they're being selfish, it's that they get there to find shit. Where did all these people come from?
I see Charlie Boy's got it. Prince Charles,
Like,
he's tested
it's a
positive.
bit like all these flat earthers. I'm the only one who's ever seen this and took a picture of it. I'm the only one who's ever thought this idea. You know what I mean? You all end up on the beach thinking you're the only one that's going to do it.
Well, there was actually one guy. I'm not too sure if it was today or yesterday. He as a practical joke, I am not condoning it at all because once again he got an overnight holiday in the concrete hotel. He walked into a police station, got his mate to record it as he coughed in the general direction of a female police officer.
Joking.
And then exclaimed that, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got the coronavirus." Put the whole police station into lockdown for 24 hours. And he got a nice view of a concrete wall.
Yeah, that's what I call smart. That's really intelligent. That is.
But there's some really clever people out there.
Just.
So have you got any more videos, Terry?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that certain word, that four-letter word that starts with
Play. Since I haven't said it for so long, play.
Greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy. You know, today we're going to finish up the Antarctic episode and have a look at the mechanics of sunrise and sunset and the general flat Earth approach to science. So let's cue up the music and get going.
Regardless of my own personal preferences of levels of sanity with respect to fun things, it's a serious problem when you look and it's not like they say. Like, why, with all these satellites, with airplanes, just take an aerial photo of it and paste it on there? It seems to be what they did with the rest of Google Earth, but it's not a problem.
But you don't really have to go all the way to Antarctica. Just go to the tip of South America, like this town, where people live. Or don't even go there. Just look up times of sunrise and sunset on the internet. In mid-December, sunrise is earlier than 5 a.m. and sunset is later than 10 p.m.
You know, I've pointed this out before, and I don't think Dave did, so I'm going to kind of supplement Dave's information a little bit with this. Here's the sun. On December 15th, it rises at 4:49 a.m. But notice that it rises at a bearing of 135 degrees. That is south of 90 degrees. And when it sets at 10:06 p.m., it sets at 225 degrees. Again, that is south of west. Yet at this time, the sun is up north of this town by the Tropic of Capricorn. So how does the sun rise and set south of an east-west line? Can't really figure that out on a flat Earth map, now can you?
Now take your little model for the seasons and make it show night and day. Then try and make the night and day portions match up with these sunrise and sunset times. Demonstrate the light from the sun illuminating this location for more than 70% of its trajectory. And as you do that, make sure that it does not illuminate Point Barrow, Alaska whatsoever during its entire trajectory, as that town has endless night during this time of the year. That's right, lots of sun over here and zero sun over here. Good luck. If you decide to even try, observe that the light patterns become so nonsensical that not even the most meth-fueled creatives amongst you could vomit enough magnetism jargon to justify it.
Well, okay. Let's see. You challenged about how could it illuminate like that. Well, if you consider the fact that the atmosphere isn't perfectly clear, if the atmosphere is somewhat translucent, then it's pretty easy to understand that a point source of light with a reflective bowl or ring or dome around and above it that reflects the light, that could conceivably illuminate around the outside.
Now here's the basic intellectual dishonesty that's being promoted here. Do you notice where he's got the sun? Way out here, almost at the rim, just to try and generate this little dark spot here in the middle. And notice that that dark spot is not directly in the center of the circle. So if this is Point Barrow, Alaska, as the Earth rotated, all this area here would be at the exact same latitude as Point Barrow, Alaska. And even though in reality it's just as dark as Point Barrow, Alaska is, he's got this little dot right here. But he deliberately created that by moving the sun all the way out to the rim instead of over here by the Tropic of Capricorn. Now the next thing that he's going to do is, remember his word salad nonsense about how the outer ice wall is somehow like a fiber optic fiber? Now how would that work? If the sun was over here and the fiber optics were lit up all the way around the rim, how far would that light extend inward? And if it extends inward all the way up to here, from this side, why would it suddenly stop here? And for that matter, why would it stop here? So, once again, he has no idea what he's trying to spew out. He's just trying to answer a question with a question and make this assertion without any evidence, saying it could be tested by an experiment, but I haven't bothered testing it, and dismissing the entire problem. It doesn't work that way, Sonny.
Bowl or ring or dome around and above it that reflects the light, that could conceivably illuminate around the outside, maybe then there's a solution. Now, could that be done by experiment? Yes.
Now notice that even though he wants to say that, well, an experiment could prove this, he's assuming that that experiment would be in his favor to begin with and is immediately going on to something else. Well, show me an experiment where you have a rotating ball attracting water to its external surface or some nonsense. Notice how he tries to deflect from the question and the fact that he's on the hot seat. Show me how this is going to work. That's a simple question. Do an experiment. Well, no, I don't want to do the experiment. I'm just going to assume it's going to turn out my way, and I'm going to, in turn, challenge you to do an experiment that I know can't be done. This is not addressing the question. This is trying to deflect the question when you're put on the spot, and this is a classic flat earth move. Doesn't work on me. Answer the question that was originally put to you. How do you get light around to the other side of the world without illuminating Point Barrow, Alaska? If you say that there's an experiment that can be done, go right ahead and do it. I did. Doesn't work that way, Chief.
Can a floating ball in space, it's spinning like a top, they say, but it's tilted. The axis of rotation does not match the axis of revolution. The axis of revolution would be up and down, because there is an up and down even in space. In our solar system, there's an up and down.
Well, as amusing as this is, let me just go ahead and put the brakes on it real quick. First, there is no up and down in space. There's no preferred direction. That's been established. That's not in question. Second of all, why do you have a problem with an axial tilt? Do you have some math to back that up that says that that can't happen somehow? Do other planets that we can readily observe have an axial tilt? Do other planets rotate in reference to their ecliptic planes around the sun? That's our experiments. We can see other objects in the sky that do exactly the same thing that the Earth is doing. You know, and like the tape measure to the sun, the only reason that they bring this up is they know that an object large enough to have its own gravity cannot be created on the Earth. It would be hundreds of miles in diameter. We can study asteroids, we can study other planets and moons, but we can't build a laboratory that has an object that large in it to test some of these things. And then how would we isolate that object from the gravity of the larger Earth? You know, what they do is they put requirements on it, like taking a tape measure to the sun, that are knights errants that cannot be done. They are impossible to be done. Yet that's what they claim they have to have in order to believe anything other than their narrative. That's not skepticism, and that's not science.
You have this tilted axis of rotation and this revolution around another axis. Demonstrate that in an experiment, please. I want to see it. I want to see how that works. Now, that would explain the seasons by the heliocentric model somewhat.
The seasons are easy enough to explain on the heliocentric model with a classroom globe. That's why classrooms have globes, to teach these things. Okay? So what we had in this episode was a question that the author of this video simply could not answer. What we're looking at is basically the way the flat earth tries to dance and redirect and misdirect when confronted with very hard questions. There is no way on a flat earth model to explain the movements of the sun in 24-hour darkness at the poles or 24-hour sunlight at the poles. Now, the reason for that is that the geometry certainly wouldn't match, and they don't have a model to begin with. So unless they can come up with an actual working model of the flat earth, which so far they have failed to do, that would allow the geometry to occur that would account for 24-hour sunlight at the South Pole and 24-hour darkness at the North Pole, they're really stuck, and they know that. So what they try and do is they try and come up with some sort of a silly ad hoc word salad like fiber optic transmission through the ice to light up the other side of the Earth but leave the center by the pole in darkness. And then they immediately jump to asking another question on an unrelated subject. Well, how do you explain rotation about an axial tilt that's different than the orbital ecliptic? Okay, well, A, I don't really know that they even understand what that term means. And B, what does that have to do with the question that we asked you? So when you can't answer a question in the flat earth, you simply ask a question on a different subject to try and confuse people. They don't confuse me, and I don't buy that. Answer the question that was put to you. But in the meantime, thank you very much for stopping by. In our next episode in a couple of days, we're going to go over making predictions based on the non-existent flat earth model. Eclipses, positions of planets, etc. Your choice. But you have to use the flat earth model to make those predictions. So, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you very much for stopping by, and make sure you hit that little like and subscribe button down there. Love to have you on Team Bob, and hit the bell icon so you know when new videos come out.
Bye, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Oh dear. Yeah, I keep that video put away, that the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic and the south of east and south of west. Sunrise, sunsets in summer over here. I'll keep those ones. Can't explain that.
Yeah, this doesn't just won't work. Well, you can't figure out how it would work on a
No, I could, unless the sun goes like a oh, shit. I'd have to draw you a picture.
Was there lightning?
Oh, did I forget to mention there was lightning? I don't know. Why did I always forget to do that?
You always forget that.
There's only one way they can do it. Personal domes.
I like the Pac-Man sun, where it just goes blip, 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 and then comes round again.
Yeah.
Or it's a new sun every day.
Oh, excuse me.
No.
Maybe I should stop staying up late making videos of star trails.
Oh. But then you wouldn't have any
Otherwise,
Star Trail videos.
Oh, I know. Not impressed with last night. Put the camera out, and it took about 10 minutes for the. It didn't take very long at all for the temperature of the camera to get below the bloody dew point.
Oh.
So I got the battery change right. The battery change went fine. Everything went great. Did I get anything? No, because you can't see anything because there's this wonderful soft focus effect neutral density filter over the front of the lens. I'll have to see if I can get one of them little warming jackets to go around the lens. Up.
Alan, Lou wants you.
Oh,
Alan.
Yeah, no worries, Blue. See me on Discord.
Yeah, what time is it? We'll probably finish up in about another half hour, I say. What do we got? 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. 1 or 2? One or a 2? Well, I like 2 better. But then if you vote 1, that's what you get.
Yep.
2, 1, 3. Radar mount doesn't count. I don't know who that is. That's a soccer count, I reckon.
I think you might be.
Yeah. You just can delete that radar man. I'm not sure about that person. Oh, 2. I thought it was going to be 1 or. Oh, okay, 2 then. 2, 2. Wins. Oh no, I can't look what's happening. Okay.
I think Nick it just beat me to it.
Luna's egg. Definitely rigged.
Beach farmers.
Yeah, well.
I'm absolutely certain that radar man is not a sock nor any other type of hose.
Oh, I don't know.
You reckon?
Oh dear. No, he can't be a sock. He seems far too switched on to be a sock.
Oh, Corpus said, what did I win? Oh. Did you vote for 2, Corpus?
You get to win the video you voted for. You can
Yep.
watch it and everything.
So which one was it then? 1, 2. You should have picked for 3. But then you could have picked 4. But then again, 1 could have been okay too. It doesn't help. That doesn't help, does it?
No, because we don't know what any of them are.
I thought you guys got a sneak peek there at one time, but I don't know. I'm not sure if you did.
Yeah, all we see.
Look, there, there you go, right.
Yeah, but only if you actually show them to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did play the first half a split second on some of them, but I jumbled them all up afterwards, so they had no idea.
So we don't know what order they're in anyway. So.
Yeah. When all you can see is the first letter of the description, it doesn't really help you very much.
Yeah, it's all CGI.
Press play, please.
Oh, that voice in my head. I'm going to have to do something about that. I'll have to make an appointment to the doctor. Keep hearing this voice.
Get them to inject some wax in your ears, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. Still in my dressing gown. Yes, because I had to get up at 5 AM to watch a rocket launch. And because with COVID-19 running around, everybody's being quarantined, I'm working from home, which means I can work in my pajamas. But yeah, obviously got up to watch SpaceX launch another Starlink mission, 60 satellites on their way to orbit. Newsflash, it was successful, but everybody was interested again because this booster had been used 4 times previously. This would be the 5th reflight of a booster. And on Sunday, they had a technical problem. They performed a perfect, flawless countdown with this booster. They lit the engines, and when they throttled up just prior to launch, they then shut the engines down and announced it was an abort on high power, which ultimately turns out to be they got too much power from those engines. So they took the rocket down, they inspected the engines, they might have done some changes, not very clear on that. But yeah, they got too much power, so they rescheduled for today, and the launch went off. It carried the hardware up, and about 10 seconds before main engine cut out, they had an engine shutdown. It was accompanied by a puff of smoke, a flash of light, and this was actually visible from the ground. This video is from Red's Rhetoric, who was filming the entire thing using his P1000. So yeah, one engine failing isn't necessarily a problem if you have 8 other engines to carry the load. Even more so when you're late in flight and you're typically throttling down those engines. Remember, it's all about the amount of propellant you burn rather than losing that engine. So that the engine loses you thrust, it doesn't lose you propellant. So it was still able to make the target orbit. The second stage continued, and by the way, the second stage also had reused fairings as well. So that was another milestone. So yeah, Starlink made it into orbit. The fairings didn't get caught. They were picked up and recovered from the ocean. The booster, after that engine failure, they decided to recover it. So presumably that meant that one of the engines that failed wasn't one of the 3 that are used for the entry burn and landing. So we know that it was one of 6 engines around the outside, and based upon the localization we could probably get a guess at which one it was. A lot of people are saying the engine exploded, and that's quite natural because you see a flash of light and a puff of smoke. But you have to understand, at high altitudes, you can't see the rocket thruster exhaust because it's expanding into the vacuum of space. It's only when it gets compressed that we see it bright again. And if you shut down an engine safely, it will produce a blob of low velocity exhaust gas which will impinge on those other exhausts, and that could hypothetically make that flash and that puff of smoke. So just because we see this doesn't mean that it exploded. It could be a perfectly natural shutdown. It could be quite a violent shutdown. It might go a long way short of an explosion. The engines are sort of isolated from each other to make sure that in catastrophic events they don't destroy each other. But yeah, presumably after that they felt that they were still worth going for a landing, so the booster flipped around and headed in. It performs its entry burn on schedule. The entry burn is the same length as all the others, about 20 seconds. But then after that, we lose signal and the booster doesn't even attempt a landing burn. So it's presumed that the booster was lost either during re-entry, it might have broken up, or it might have hit the ground just without burning the engines. Now, that says to me that something else failed, right? Obviously something else failed. So presumably one of the engines that failed wasn't one that's involved in the landing burn. But they didn't attempt a landing burn. So either they were so far off course that they didn't want to do that. That doesn't seem to make sense. Because they've soft landed boosters before in the middle of the ocean. They might have wanted to recover. I think that they might have had an engine failure. That's speculation entirely, and do not quote me as a rocket expert. I'm a person in a bedroom just talking about rockets. I think there might have been an engine failure during the second burn. The reason I think this might have been the case is that we see a bit of a violent interaction with the camera again, seconds into the burn, and then we see a lot more fog than usual on the lens. Now we do get fogging during the engine burns, during the entry burn, but this one seemed a lot more than normal, and it looks like we actually see drops of liquid coming onto the lens cover. And that's what you would expect if an engine shut down and just blew out a bunch of unburned propellant. You would have a lot more liquid in there. That's possible. Or it might just be, you know, ice melting off the side of the rocket, but wouldn't you lose that on ascent? Yeah, we're not sure, but there's certainly questions to be asked. I hope we find out more. What we did find out, by the way, during the previous Starlink launch, the booster failed to land on the barge. If you remember, it came down next to the barge and then fell over, and ultimately nothing was brought back to port of note. There was some speculation as to what went wrong there, whether that was to do with the age of the booster, and it turns out that no, it wasn't to do with the age of the booster. According to Elon, they uploaded bad wind data to the rocket and it missed its target because it was compensating for the wrong levels of wind. So yeah, some speculation, I guess, in terms of reliability. Falcon 9 still looks like a really reliable rocket. It had a single engine failure. It continued and it's put its payload into the correct orbit. If you remember back during CRS-1, in the very early Falcon 1.0 days, they also had an engine failure, and that continued to carry the primary payload, the Dragon spacecraft, into its target orbit. However, there was a secondary payload that was not able to get into its target orbit because it would have required they used extra propellant. It was kind of a complicated thing. They could have released it, but they decided that they weren't allowed to do it because the primary customer stopped them. So yeah, since then we've had some other failures which have not been engine related, unfortunately, I guess. So, you know, the Merlin engine still looks like a staggeringly reliable engine. I mean, compare it to the Atlas. Atlas had one case where the engine shut down 5 seconds early when it was launching a Cygnus, and the RL-10 engine in the upper stage had to make a fairly drastic maneuver to stop losing that payload. So, you know, it's not like Atlas doesn't have failures. But I guess what I was going to say is that Atlas flies one engine per launch, whereas SpaceX, Merlin, they're flying 9, or actually 10 because there's the upper stage. They're flying 10 engines per launch. And we've seen really, really good reliability. So in terms of that data, in terms of those engine failures, I think Falcon 9 still looks like an amazing, reliable launch vehicle, and nobody should feel concerned about flying their payloads on it. But yeah, ultimately, I want to know what happened. I'm sure we'll find out more about what happened. Until then, I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
Yeah, it's hard to get the actual information, but analysing what he said, yeah, we don't know exactly what happened, but
no, because if SpaceX don't release it, then what we've got to go by.
Did they catch the fairings and the mystery and
No.
Whatever? No.
No, they splashed down.
Shit.
I mean, I suppose the only saving grace is the whole point of the launch was successful. It's just that everything after that went tits up.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, with this sort of thing, yeah, things go wrong, accidents happen, mistakes are made, whatever. The main thrust of it was, yes, they got the satellites up there. Okay, yeah, they had problems everywhere else, but such is life and such is cutting edge technology.
Oh well. I don't have people when they ask why can't we go to space yet? We should be able to go to space. It's like, well, it's a little bit more difficult and dangerous than just, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're in space already. You know what I mean?
Yes, but you know, there are always risks. There's always risks involved.
Okay. Well, why can't we fly public with multiple, you know, seats on an airplane, spaceship thing and orbit the planet, you know, yet type thing?
It's hard to say that the ISS is actually in space, but we've got lots of probes and satellites, you know, that are all in space. But when you start to say we're going to put a rocket up there with a man in it, that's a bit more difficult. I mean, the ISS, it's not really that high compared to what got to the moon.
No,
No.
it's still in space.
No, and the technology is different now. It's not gonna survive. In a sense, it's too complex now that they need to make adjustments for.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, the stuff we sent up before, it was old technology and it was more robust for dealing with like cosmic rays and stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stuff we got now is so miniaturized that just like one zap of a cosmic ray can break a connection, and it's like so you've got to completely shield it.
Exactly, and that's you can't simulate the environment in which it might go through these invisible light rays. you know what I mean? Like you can't even see them. So
this is what gets me. Like flat earthers. Oh, we couldn't have gone if we could have gone. Why aren't we going back? So, yeah, but back then we had wires. With copper wire, and it was shielded by like some steel wire and some plastic. Now it's like it's like a circuit board, and that can be broken. Like I said, with just a few hits from a cosmic ray, that can, and then that fucking thing's not working. Sorry for the language again, but you know what I mean. And then that could be the chip that controls, your attitude jets or whatever. And then now you've got no control. These people just don't understand how complicated the stuff is that we're building now compared to, going up there with less processing power than a calculator. It's like
exactly, and that's my point. It's the idea. I mean, there's so much danger in shorting a board. Shorting the board then creates a spark. Now you got electrical fire inside the console. Electrical fires in a house end in disaster. An electrical fire inside a spaceship, thousands of miles away from this, surface of the Earth, and there's no rescue out there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I think those who can't do even the mathematics to explain why things can't be in orbit or how they are even in orbit are going to refute that they are in orbit just because they can't believe it. It's just, it boggles my mind. And then you ask them questions, and they can.
Isn't it?
It is, and it's you ask them questions a little bit further to kind of, gauge their views on things and say, well, could you be wrong in the things that you admit you don't know? Could you be wrong about what you believe? No. So it's. I mean, what do you do then? You know what I mean? They admit they don't know certain things, and they deny probability itself. You can't fix those people. They literally have.
They make so many blatant statements and claims, and as soon as you ask them questions about it, instead of trying to answer, because they're always thinking, "Oh, this is a gotcha question, so I can't say anything," they change the subject, they divert to a different topic, or they just say, "Well, I don't know, and you don't know either, so nobody knows." It's like that. It's those stupid arguments all the time.
Well, they answer a question with a question, and
I like how we're doing these rocket launches, and we're they're getting video recorded from launch to space. And so, why don't we just get one camera feed? And then I downloaded a heap of or grabbed them, where they've got the actual camera feed from launch to space. So if we can find them, they're just being ignorant because they don't want to find them, those particular ones.
That's it. They don't want to see the evidence that they're asking for, because if you show it to them, it either debunks what they're on about, or they just have to go, no, that's all CGI, you're lying. They don't want to see the evidence.
Yeah, I'm totally fed up with them asking for evidence, and you give them it, and then they say, "I don't believe it."
Yeah,
That's impossible. You know,
I won't play the full bit, but you know, just remember.
Are you talking to retard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Quite.
You see,
You know,
yeah.
Travis looking at a bit of video, denying it, and when you tell him, but that is the piece of evidence you just asked for.
Yeah. Exactly. Unless I do it myself, I don't believe it. Okay, so you're not going to go to space. You're never going to believe it, you know. And then the real crux of the situation is that they want a free ride to space.
Yeah.
So they can see it for themselves. They don't want to kind of be like, you know what, I'm going to work my ass off and see if I can become successful, and then, you know, when the civilian flights are available at a price that I can afford, I'll be on the first flight. No. They just want to, they're almost standing there with the hand out. Pass it to me. Give me the ticket. Give me the ride, you know?
Yeah.
And then
yeah,
then I'll believe you. We don't care if you believe us. Well, you should. No.
See, see when we need to dig up what a whole load of, you know, what's that? Well, on the moon, we're going to be digging up ice to make fuel. You know what I mean? We're going to need some prisoners to send out there, you know? No, a prison camp. You know, yeah, just send all the flat earthers up there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right, get out there in your spacesuit and dig that ice up.
What do we have for our edification and elucidation? Is this number one?
Number one.
Well, I think you'll press play then.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and this here is Yoda. This is the recent addition to my family. You may have read one of my previous messages from a couple of months ago when I was actually trying to find a way to raise money for a dog charity where I actually adopted this little guy. But the thing is, due to the coronavirus, unfortunately, some of the plans had to be postponed, well, technically indefinitely. I don't really know when I'm going to do the fundraiser yet and what exactly I'm going to do, but it's probably going to be something a little bit different from what I originally planned, which was essentially a big stream of various shelters here in Seoul and an attempt to raise some money for them. Okay, I think this is a little bit more comfortable for him. So anyway, what is this video about? Well, I still wanted to talk about dogs, and mostly because there are certain things that I've learned in the past few months from reading quite a lot of various papers from the dog experts, learning about, well, essentially dog behavior. Okay, change of positions. He's getting a little bit heavy. And in a nutshell, as the title of this video says, we're going to be talking about love. So let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to What the Math. So we're talking about the idea of love, and more specifically the love of dog toward their owner. And this is something that I guess most of us kind of heard of but never really considered scientifically. Now obviously various pet owners will claim that their dogs or their cats love them, there's a lot of proof that they have, usually it's something to do with the behavior that they show, but scientifically speaking we could definitely explain it all away with just animal behavior. For example, a dog will obviously be attached to you because it knows that you feed it and you provide shelter. At the same time, we don't really even have a very good definition of what love is, but in the last few decades or so, a lot of scientific studies have actually established at least one major component to how we can technically describe love scientifically, which thus allows us to establish whether dogs and other animals can actually love us or not. In other words, we can try to find a way to explain the question of, can a dog love you? And at least one researcher from US has been doing quite a lot of different studies on dog behavior and has recently even published a few books related to what he believes dogs really feel. Clive Wine from Arizona State University is one of these experts that essentially published quite a lot of papers in the last few decades. And he does make quite a strong point in regards to dog love. So let's talk a little bit more about this. First of all, how do we even describe this so-called love? Well, modern science usually refers to love as hormonal response. And specifically here we're talking about one hormone, the one you see on the screen. This is known as oxytocin. Oxytocin is a hormone that plays a lot of different roles in our social lives. For example, social bonding, childbirth, actual romantic dating, and it even helps mother produce milk in order to then bond even more with their baby. It also actually has an effect on our behavior and does seem to produce more pro-social behavior, such as, for example, helping others, different types of romantic attachment, different types of generosity, feeling trust towards someone, and of course other pro-social behavior. So in a sense, this is the hormone that you can kind of use to describe extreme friendship, friendliness, and of course loving behavior. Some of the best studies actually come from studying the reaction mothers have to their newborn children, and a lot of loving motherly behavior is always associated with much higher levels of oxytocin, whereas motherly withdrawal and depression is associated with much lower levels of oxytocin. So measuring this hormone can definitely allow us to quantify the so-called love. Well, it just so happens that some of the modern studies also discovered that our little furry friends, our canine friends, have a very similar oxytocin response when they see someone that they really love. And specifically here we're talking about what you would call their owner, their human. They do seem to love their human and show this love hormonally. And this has also been tested quite thoroughly. For example, one of the experiments placed a dog in an environment where there was a bowl of food and their so-called owner, or their human, in the same room, at a relatively similar distance to each other. When the door was open and the dog was presented with a choice, without any exceptions, every single dog went for their human first, and only after this proceeded to eat the food. In other words, dogs did show preference for seeing their human first before eating. In another study from 2003, scientists have actually learned that when you pet your dog, or when people pet their dogs, the levels of oxytocin went up after about 20 minutes in both the dog and the owner. And the owner could obviously explain this by saying, yeah, I love my dog, but technically, since the dogs can't speak, we can only use the hormone to try to explain what the dogs felt. Probably also the same feeling as their human. And when those studies were replicated in other conditions, every single time dogs seem to actually exhibit this oxytocin response to the, source of their affection. And technically doesn't have to be a human either. Because in the last few years we found at least one known case, and this was actually published here on BBC News as well, where the target of dogs' oxytocin was not a human but a penguin, and specifically the penguin colony that the dog was protecting from all of the foxes that were trying to kill them. And even though it's pretty common for people to attribute this love or other emotions that are only technically human to animals, it seems that love does seem to apply to dogs, at least from the perspective of hormones. And the thing is, here we're not really talking about intelligence at all. We're not really talking about dogs being smarter than other animals, because, for example, dolphins, they do possess a lot more intelligence. They're able to communicate using very complex grammar. They also are able to actually distinguish themselves in the mirror, which most dogs cannot really do. But we don't really know if dolphins can exhibit love. We do know that dogs can. But now the question becomes, how is that even possible? How can dogs, and not, for example, wolves, which don't seem to exhibit the same effects, have this? And some of the recent studies were finally able to answer this. And to try to answer the question of how this is possible, we have to talk a little bit more about genetics, and specifically a relatively unknown disorder known as Williams syndrome. Williams syndrome is essentially a genetic disorder characterized by certain changes in appearance, while at the same time, unfortunately, also causing certain intellectual disabilities. Sometimes they're more severe than others, but in most cases, what makes Williams syndrome unique is how it affects the social behavior of people with this genetic disorder. Without exception, they all become extremely social, extremely friendly, and basically only wanting to be loved and to provide love to others. It's literally what you would call, and I know this is going to sound cheesy, but being a wonderful person. So in other words, it's one of the more unique and more unusual genetic disorders, with some of the people becoming relatively famous as well because of their friendliness. And the fun fact here is that the so-called legend of elves, or these friendly creatures that used to exist in the Victorian era, may actually have come from people suffering from this disorder back in the 1700s-1600s. Which is very likely where all of the elven mythology began from. So next time you hear about elves in any kind of fantasy books or movies, think of where it all started. But what do elves and people with Williams syndrome have to do with what we're talking about? Dog love. Well, turns out that everything. It turns out that these same genes that affect people with Williams syndrome seem to affect dogs. Or in other words, dogs seem to be, wolves with Williams syndrome. or at least a kind of a variant of that syndrome. And it seems to affect them in a somewhat similar way to the way it affects humans. They want to have a lot of love, they want to express love, and they want to be really friendly toward the whatever is their source of and target of affection. And all of these previous studies from the last 2 years seem to show that really all that dogs want from us is to be with us and to be in our company. They don't really care about food as much as they care about us. Neither do they care about so-called pack leader, as many training books teach us. They just want to have this feeling of oxytocin in their brain. They literally just want to have their social needs met and to show love and to be loved as well. And because this genetic component has been identified and actually tested and retested several times, it does seem to provide an idea that, well, all of this is genetic and hormonal. It's not just something that we attribute to dogs just because the way that we usually think about other animals. In other words, it seems that dogs evolved to be this way. In the last 8 to 10,000 years, their genes changed to have them have this unusual behavior that seems to be not really present in any other animal except for human beings so far. Or at least nothing concrete we've been able to identify in, for example, cats, dolphins, or so on. And because we believe that the purpose of oxytocin is to strengthen the social connections, we now definitely believe that it was actually this genetic component, this genetic disorder, that allowed dogs to express these feelings that they previously did not have. And interestingly, just like people with Williams syndrome, dogs are also extremely social, they want to interact with pretty much everyone, and they constantly appear overly happy. Something that their ancestors wolves do not necessarily share at all. And what's more, a lot of these recent studies have also established that dogs seem to react much better to just being praised than to be fed. In other words, they don't really care about food just as much as we think they do. Instead, they want to be talked to, they want to be held, they want to be played with, and petted all the time. And this is something that was established using various MRI studies when the dogs were put in certain conditions and their brains were scanned to see if they responded in a certain way. So in other words, all of this is pure science. But we're still not entirely sure when all of this happened. We believe that it probably occurred about 8 to 10,000 years ago, but we don't know what caused all of these genetic disorders to suddenly appear. But there is a really important takeaway here, and that's in regards to how we train our dogs. All of these books that focus on us becoming the so-called pack leader or training dogs by being really strict with them are technically completely wrong. We should be doing the opposite. These funny bundles of joy only want to feel love, and they don't want to be isolated. They want to be with you. And all your dog really wants is to make you happy as well. And this is something that we definitely need to remember next time we try to punish our dog for example, pooping on the floor, or chewing our favorite shoes, or stealing a cable and then destroying it. All of which just happened to me yesterday. But you know, those are all choices I made when I adopted this dog. So this is something I'm going to have to deal with for a while. Anyway, so hopefully now you know a little bit more about dogs and how they truly do love you, scientifically speaking. And if you're not a dog person and more of a cat person, well, I'll try to find something about cats, but so far it seems that they are kind of the opposite, exhibiting more of an evil, not love hormone, which I'm gonna have to do some research on. Anyway, on that note, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this video, and hopefully in the next few weeks I'll finally be able to organize some kind of a fundraiser, but if not, I'll make sure to do this sometime in the summer when the whole virus thing goes away. And whether you have a dog or not, I thought that this is something important. I thought that this is something that most of us really need to be aware of, considering that dogs are technically the second most common pet after cats. But anyway, once we learn more about dogs or cats or other animals, or once I discover another really interesting study, I'll make sure to follow this up in one of the future videos. Until then, thank you so much for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences and these things, dogs and other animals. And oh my god, his breath really smells, I need to brush his teeth. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Yoda, say goodbye. Space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
That reminds me of my pet dog I had that I can't replace.
I would love to be able to get a dog, but A, I can't afford one, and B, I would have to find a breed that didn't have a tail, and it would have to be trained to be able to cope with the wheelchairs.
Yes.
But how would you ever know your dog loved you if it didn't have a tail to wag, you know?
Yeah, I say a tailless breed because it would, it would kill me to run a dog's tail over in my wheelchair. Yeah, I would just be so strong. Any dog. Yeah. If I see if people have got dogs and I just stop the chair and don't move it, and then the dogs can come and see me, and it's fine.
Probably that is most dogs without tails are small, and you might not run its tail over, but you might run over the actual dog. You know, you want a big dog with a big tail that's going to keep his tail up out the way. You know?
I mean, I've in the past I've owned golden retrievers and German shepherds, and friends who've got border collies.
Yeah, I with lab collie crosses, and they've got such a good nature. Those crosses, you know what I mean? They're just wonderful dogs and very smart, you know.
But it'd have to be a trained working dog, because I've never, with having to deal with the various different wheelchairs and stuff. It's not easy. It's not easy when you're around people who are trying to walk along with you, let alone an animal. So yeah, it needs to be. It would need to be very well trained.
Oh, we got a casual dirt man in the peanut gallery, Ozzie Glowbed. I seen a Bandy out there. Hey, Bandy.
Yeah, I saw Bandy.
Oh, hi, Bandy.
Bandy and Space Dirt Man can come in. Or Spaceman can't talk because he's got a sore throat. Well, you can just nod your head and tap your foot on the ground for yes and no. I bet Alan didn't know he needed dog selection advice. In Australia, we're not allowed to dox tails. Your dog's tails. Yeah, I heard about that.
No, not here either.
No.
Not allowed here either.
They can still do some working breeds if they are working, because it can be a health and safety issue. Where it can be a
Look quite funny seeing spaniels with tails and things.
Yeah, health and safety issue for the dogs. But even where it is allowed, the people tend to not do it so much.
What do you mean A for Bob, John?
I think it's even banned. Even for health and safety, and I think it's for the health. I think that's even banned in Britain as well.
Oh, I haven't typed in now yet. I haven't typed now in, have I?
But a lot of them.
That's it. None of them picked up on that. Yeah, I didn't. I definitely didn't type now in. Now in. Now, there we go. Now I can get you. Ha 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 ha.
Like the truth said, you can't dock them unless they're working, unless for some narrow exceptions for working dogs, which is for their health and safety.
Okay. Right, now we can vote. Got B. BBBB. A BBB? BBB. BB.
3 Bs and a 3.
BBBB. There we go. Oops. How did I do that?
How
did the
how
duck get over
confusing.
there?
A or B? C wins.
Yeah, there's a logic there.
that was a keyboard error. C win, stop that.
Is this story time now, or is that? Or are we
Not
still
quite.
having
We're nearly ready for story time. I think Pip already told me what one to get. I might get you to drop that one into the internal. Pip, if you don't mind.
The one I said, yeah, or the one I've just done.
Well, no, the one you said. I don't want to be too far ahead.
Okay.
I'd rather go back to the ones you've
Yeah,
done.
I'll get it for you. No bother.
I got a notification with the latest one. What a title.
I know. I love it. Sorry.
That's fine.
Oh,
Wait a minute. If I
look at the
subscribe to some
notification.
health magazine or something. All this corona checking. Is that a... Oh no, it's good.
Press play.
Put it in the chat now, Terry.
Okay. Very good.
What's that word that starts with a P? That's 4 letters.
Play.
Play.
Hi everybody, WheresWally here. Well, I saw this meme just the other day and I immediately thought of flatties. Why would you not? Where's Wally? I said. Well, I thought I would help them locate me. So I set Where's Wally, or Where's Waldo if you're not in Oz, to easy mode. Can you see? And I'm... Wolfie, stop texting me. You know, I was looking for some real bright sparks to give me something to really get my teeth into, but it seems they've all just given up. Well, apart from sprouting the odd dead black swan again and again, what else is there? Oh, even Pookie's been saying nothing new. Yeah, he did a live the other day about tides, and he totally contradicted himself within 30 seconds. That's what I love about him.
But what happens, of course, is that, yes, the only correlation you get with, hi Tony Dixon, with the moon and the tides is not this daily occurrence of tides. Here there are at least 3 approaching 4 tides per day in a 24-hour period. And of course, the moon only ever goes overhead once a day.
Well, he says that the moon has no effect on tides, because the place that he was at has 4 tides a day and the moon only goes over once. True, but then he is just looking a little bit too locally, aren't you, Pookie?
Whatever. On a daily basis, the moon doesn't do anything to the tides. It's not this magical gravitational pull of a rock up there based on the globe Earth model that's pulling the tides. There's nothing to actually prove or measure that that's what actually happens. It doesn't happen to anything else either. Anyway, besides the point, so the only correlation or coincidence that you get with the moon and the tides is the difference in the tides during a full moon and a new moon. That's when you see the most significant rises and falls in tide levels.
But then he said that the moon does affect spring and neap tides. Wow. So Pookie, what is it? And do you want to sort of offer a guess as to why that happens?
A difference in air pressure correlates with the tide. You know, a difference in pressure in the container can make a difference to the water level. Fluctuations in temperature. So what about the moon? It's like a clock, isn't it? You know, the hands of a clock can tell us the time. You know, the hands on the clock don't make anything happen. You know, the sun and the moon are working together and they're doing different things. Of course, the sun, as we all know, heats things up, cooling effect from the moon. What am I saying there? Whatever.
The funniest part I saw later was that Sleeping Warrior was in the comments saying, "Don't make a claim."
Hi, Sleeping Warrior. Yes, I'm going to make a claim.
Why not, Tony? Oh, I know why. Because all of the claims that you make are just what the likes of Blue Marble, Mr. Sensible, Simon Dan, Wolfie, Critical Think, Ruhif, Wade, and little old me. These are the things we just love to hear so that we can lock you into it and point out exactly where you're wrong and watch you squirm.
Whatever.
Well, speaking of learning, here's the guy who doesn't learn, Level Earth Observer. I did look at some of his old videos and it's really just embarrassing. He's looking at the SR-71.
Top speed was 2,193 miles an hour approximately. Essentially every 60 minutes, according to the Globe Mathematics, the SR-71 would have encountered 566 miles of curve.
566 miles of curve, I'm not sure where that comes from.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's placing a digit in one of his fundamental orifices and extracting the figures from there. Makes about as much sense as what he's saying.
Is nothing but a spinning pantomime.
And every second 831 feet. Well, to drop 831 feet while going forward, that's about a 15-degree angle at the speed that thing's travelling. Here, look, I'll throw up a triangle calculator. Does it make sense now?
Is nothing but a spinning pantomime. Yet strangely enough, when we look at the acceleration of gravity, it only goes up to 80,000 feet. But that's good enough for us. The higher you get, the slower it becomes, okay? So at 80,000 feet, it's 9.5 meters a second, the acceleration of gravity, okay?
It really does sound like Ducky has a solid understanding of acceleration, doesn't it?
Which essentially translates just over 30 feet, okay? And yet the SR-71, to be on a globe, needs to drop at 831 feet per second.
Hold on there, genius. Because the plane is in level flight, lift and gravity are balanced, dude, so you don't even need to worry about that.
Is nothing but a spinning pantomime.
Oh, and Ducky, I heard you today in your little rant about debates, and you say, just bring me some demonstrable proof. Well, Brian Schul took photos from up high in the SR-71, and just have a look at this. And if I rotate it and do a little bit of a Rory on it, man, isn't that just a beautiful example of curvature taken from up high?
Is nothing but a spinning pantomime.
Well, there's also so many COVID-19 fails all over the place, from Ranty's guests to Level Earth Observer to Pookie to Dearth. They all just seem to be wanting to make comments about just how silly they think COVID-19 is. Seems like Jerry was right after all. Science denialism is the thing that they all do. Might I just suggest, if you guys actually think that COVID-19 is fake or a hoax, why don't you go and do grocery runs for the elderly? Or maybe you better not. We actually need someone who has some brains doing that.
Due to the national statistics on this document here, it would give the impression that there's nothing to worry about regarding the coronavirus. Certainly no massive spike in mortalities.
And I'm not sure exactly how to handle this one because it's a bit of a sensitive note, but I can see what Level Earth Observer has done here. So just quickly, let's have a look at this graph. It's in the order of 10,000 deaths per week reported. And Leo, he's trying to spot an uptick of around 100 when it's actually trending down seasonally anyway. So, Leo, I think you've been very disingenuous here, and I think you need to check back in a week or two.
Is nothing but a spinning pantomime.
Actually, Ducky, I'm so embarrassed for you with this video, I reckon you need to pull it down straight away. Well, at least till the end of April. And if that curve here hasn't gone up like a SR-17 in full afterburner mode, Mr. Sensible will pay you 100 quid.
Nope, I don't want to.
Oh, okay, maybe he won't.
But clearly people are being affected by the propaganda.
Oh, Ducky, I was going to chastise you for being such a fearmonger with false information like that, and you might be responsible for loss of life, seriously. But then I realised no one listens to you or takes you seriously, so nothing to say. Thanks for listening, guys. If you like what I've done, give me a click and a subscribe, and let's all have some more fun at their expense.
Is nothing but a spinning
pantomime.
Whatever.
The day the flat earth died. Bye bye, now there's no more that guy. Took on WheresWally, then he ran off to cry. He tried to prove flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing high, watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die. The day the flat earth died. Bye bye, now there's no other guy. Took on WheresWally, then he ran off to cry. Tried to prove a flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing, I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die.
And an orange.
Yeah.
Poor old Pookie, he ain't got a bloody clue, has he?
It was a twin hemisphere joint attack.
See, Bandy's being a bit
Being a naughty
tardy.
boy.
Bit.
Mm-hmm. I've sent him to his room, but he's ignoring me. Get your room now.
No, he's pretending to be a flat earther again.
Oh, we lost Terce. Oh no, he's there.
He's there.
Oh, he had his camera on. It was.
Yeah. No, I'm here. I was just being quiet and reading the chat and stuff. You know, yeah. I mean, it's funny. I mean, these flat earthers are coming to make statements about things like Coriolis and stuff like that. If only they could understand what it is, you know, and what the effect.
Oh, I
is.
see you haven't met Bandy yet,
Yeah,
though. You haven't met Bandy. Then.
I've been chatting to him, and
he's an exception.
Yeah, he's been making comments at me, and I've been answering back and tongue in cheek.
Of course, all we have to do really is refer just to Terry's absolutely undeniable 100% flat Earth evidence video that cannot be, you know, that video of flat Earth evidence that just cannot be denied.
Yeah.
Cannot be refuted. Is what you're saying, yeah.
Even a
It
flat
cannot
earth.
be refuted. It's totally and utterly unrefutable evidence of the flat Earth.
I'd even put $1 million challenge out to any globie that could falsify it.
Yeah.
Well, if they made it like 100 quid, and I know he might have 100 quid, he's not going to have $1 million, and that's why they can make these exorbitant claims about things.
Oh,
you
okay,
know?
I'll bring it down. I'll bring it down to earth. I can honestly say $200. There you are, $200. I got $200.
Yeah, I'll bet you 100 quid that you cannot refute any of the evidence in Terry's flat Earth evidence video.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know I'll win the I know I'll win the bet because you will not refute any of the evidence that is in that video.
Yeah,
I can only imagine that the evidence he's presented has got nothing to do with the flat Earth or the globe.
Oh, yes, it has.
Like
it's 100%.
Lemon
It's 100% flat
Earth.
Earth.
No, there's no obfuscation. Moving the goalposts do not move.
Yeah.
Yeah, no V8 goalposts involved.
No
Well,
straw man, no nothing.
Yeah, that's been the first time I've ever come across that, you know.
Oh, it is. It's the only one out there.
Yeah.
Even the best globies out there couldn't do it. Blue wouldn't even be able to refute it.
Yeah.
Conspiracy Cats,
Blue,
Team Skeptic,
Professor Phil.
Frederick, even Professor Phil would have no chance. He'd have no chance.
I can only imagine that it's probably not worth debunking. You know what I mean? Because these, if it was worth the argument, these people would have done it already. You know.
We have a saying around here, Therese.
I'm safe.
That's a bit harsh.
I'm safe.
Yeah.
But I did bring out a part 2.
Did you?
Yeah, we did.
I thought you just re-uploaded it.
A premiere.
I thought you just re-upped it.
No, I changed the title.
Okay. But it was basically just a re-upload, wasn't it?
Yeah, so...
I might have changed a few bits and pieces. You probably didn't notice it.
Okay.
He's going on about 57 vector points.
Even Stingray couldn't even
Montreal.
do it. Even
Stingray. No, I think SE Montreal.
No, Stingray. No, sorry, Stingray. You couldn't even do it. You're
Stingray is making a video. Stingray is making a video right now to debunk the 11 vector points that SE Montreal brought up. I don't know where he's getting 57.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers. It's time to do some primary school science.
Oh my God, not this guy.
Hello, Gigantor. I mean, fuck it.
I know that voice.
Well, I think we might leave it there with the last video. It happens to be a story.
Hey,
nice one.
Just the right time. Here we are, boys and girls. Our bedtime story.
It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Hey!
Have a nap.
It's the next day here.
Time doesn't matter now. We're in lockdown.
It's yesterday here. Do you mind?
Yeah.
Why do we care about times now? We only used
The
to
days
use
are all
morning.
running into one at the moment.
Exactly. We used to use morning to determine when we needed to get up and work and things.
Yeah,
Now,
you bloody time traveling Aussies, you know what I mean?
I mean, further in the future.
Actually, Sheepy thinks he's in the future, but he's not.
Oh. No, you're like all time travelers. You're like all in our future, you know what I mean?
Play, please.
Yeah.
The very hungover caterpillar. In the gloom of the room, a fully dressed man lies on the sofa. The next morning, the TV comes on and, up lurches a thirsty and very hungover caterpillar. He starts to look for a cure. At 7 AM, he has 1 paracetamol, but he's still hungover. At 8 AM, he has 2 cups of sweet tea and calls in sick, but he is still hungover. At 9 AM, he has 3 slices of toast, 2 fizzy vitamin pills, and a black coffee, but he's still hungover. At 11 AM, he has 4 rashers of bacon, 3 sausages, 2 eggs, and a slice of fried bread, but he is still hungover. By 4 PM, he has watched 5 hours of daytime TV, ignored 4 text messages, eaten 3 family-sized packets of hula hoops, 2 pot noodles, and has drunk a litre bottle of full flat Coke, but he's still hungover. At 8 PM, he orders 1 chicken tikka masala, 1 lamb biryani, 1 pilau rice, 1 tarka dal, 1 aloo gobi, 1 onion bhaji, 1 naan, 1 chapati, and washes it all down with 1 tub of double chocolate chip ice cream. But he's still hungover. After that, he has a massive tummy ache. Now he isn't just a hungover caterpillar anymore. He's a bloated, smelly hungover caterpillar. He guzzles one big green bottle of indigestion medicine, does a huge burp, and feels slightly better. He has a shave and a shower and cocoons himself inside his duvet. He stays inside for more than 12 hours. Then he stretches, pushes his way out, and finally he floats like a butterfly. The end.
That must have been one hell of a session.
Know how he feels?
Yeah, I've had a few.
Oh dear. Oh. Well, thanks, Tess, for
Night,
showing
Peanut
up.
Gallery.
Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
I think Peter's still doing homework. Thanks, Sheepy. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Pip.
Thanks for having me, Terry. I appreciate that, mate.
You getting an idea of how my show runs, or you think you might wing it again, you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, you hit me just about when I'm normally waking up, when about 9, 10 o'clock, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I'll probably see you again, mate, you know, if you're going to be doing this at the same time.
Thanks, John. John, Corpus, Mippet, Dartman, John, Bandy, Mippet, The Truth, I don't know who that is. John, Blue Marble, Stingray.
See you later, Peanuts.
RT96. Oh dear, how far do I got to scroll up?
Stingray.
Demon Orb. I think I've seen
Stingray, Bandy.
Yeah, no, I've seen Stewie in there too earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He was. He was around for quite a while earlier.
It's like bloody romper room at the end of this.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
You got your big mirror. Bye, Nutters.
Say good night, Peanuts.
Good night,
Peanuts.
Good night, Peanuts. Be safe out there.